live out of New Orleans, Louisiana. This is WTS Live Coverage starting soon. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Right now it is 12:05 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and the date is April 27th, 2024. We are currently tracking a moderate risk of severe weather across Oklahoma, Kansas, and Texas. I'm still waiting on the rest of the coverage team. I think they're busy with something else right now, so but we do have both chasers chasing this event. We got one that's currently stationed, about to be on their way to Tulsa, Oklahoma, and so somewhere in that region, and we got one that's located in Dallas-Fort Worth, and will be moving north eventually. The main event is not projected to start for the next few hours, but we do have a few severe thunderstorm warnings here. The reason why we started a bit more, the reason why we started before the main event is because we got a lot of things to review before this main event gets underway. Now, the Storm Prediction Center did highlight the chances for long-tracked tornadoes, which is the reason why they went moderate. On top of this, there is also a 45% significant for hail. And let me go and get the other probability and see if they changed that at all. Alrighty, so yeah, they still have that 30% significant added. So yeah, not much different, but we do have a large moderate risk for Oklahoma, Kansas, part of Missouri, and Texas. This does include Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City is basically in the bullseye of this moderate risk. And based off the models that we've been seeing, it looks like we are in for a pretty busy day. And right now, I do not know where the rest of our coverage team is at, and but I'll get them online here in just a second. But let's go through these warnings here. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This one's listed as considerable. This will be in effect until 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. That includes Fairview, Cleo Springs, Ringwood, alrighty. Yeah, I don't know why they're over there. I think they're doing the Outlook. Yeah. Good. Alrighty, that's good. yeah, we do have a few severe thunderstorm warnings, as I was listing out. This is not a part of the main event. We do have there's going to be a lot of supercells that could fire, and yeah, and we actually added a few tornado warnings moments ago, but those have since expired and didn't really do much. But again, later in the day, we could be seeing long track tornadoes, strong ones too. Yeah. Yeah, right now, I'm gonna go ahead and go through these severe thunderstorm warnings. Alrighty. Alrighty. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is moving. Yeah, this storm, severe thunderstorm warning, is moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. It's warned for the bare minimum, but again, this includes Sealing, Chester, and those and a lot of those areas as well. Moving up here to the northeast, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning south of Wichita, Kansas. This is moving northeast at 50 miles an hour, warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. This will remain just south of the Wichita metro area, and the storm is currently moving over places like South Haven, and then going across the interstate here, and going across the interstate there shortly. We also do have this small severe thunderstorm warning east of Paducah, Texas. Looks to be just a small cell here, but this is warned for 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail moving northeast at 35. So, and keep in mind, these kind of cells might become worrisome later in the day as we get this event fully underway. And again, the two primary threats, actually there's three primary threats now. The first one is obviously going to be the threat for long track strong tornadoes. The second one will be for extremely large hail. And the third one will be flash flooding, because the Weather Prediction Center has actually put out a small high-risk area.
I'm not sure if you were here in 2011 when Joplin got leveled. Yes. Yeah, that would have been handy. The chasing that makes this interactive capital expense.
And right now, again, this is taking place a few hours before the main event is supposed to begin. Models were showing something happening around this time, but that has not came to fruition. But we decided to go live anyways, because we do have a lot to review in terms of the event, and because we need to get everyone together here.
Yeah. But
Right now,
I'm gonna put these in the car, and then
Right now, there appear to be large hail starting to move into Cleo Springs at this current time. And again, some of the velocity values does show pretty strong winds with this as well, which is another one of our primary threats as well. And again, this will be moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. Golf ball sized hail is falling with this storm. This is, I think, our only considerable storm. Let me make sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. But yeah, that is considerable because of golf ball sized hail at this current time that is likely about to fall over Cleo Springs. And yeah, right now we're tracking a pretty we're tracking a pretty large spike in hail there. We're now going into the to the dark purples there. So again, we do have a large hail starting to fall into Cleo Springs. That is pretty much so far the only major severe thunderstorm warning for right now. That's obviously gonna change very quickly as we go through the afternoon and into the evening. Now I want to quickly pull up the SPC. Well, actually, before we do that, I want to go check out the tornado watches that we have, since we do have a few in effect. This is expected to change. We're expecting a watch in Oklahoma City at any moment. But right now, the two watches that we have include... the first one includes Oklahoma, like western Oklahoma, and part of Texas. And we got this other more significant watch that is in effect for a large swath of central and a part of eastern Kansas. That includes Wichita and Topeka.
Yeah, it is pronounced Wichita.
Yeah, I keep butchering that name every time. But yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but according to the summary on this watch, on this Kansas watch, it says a few intense tornadoes are possible. Again, the tornado probabilities for this, there is a 70% chance of 2 or more tornadoes and a 60% chance for more stronger tornadoes. And then there's also the hail side of things, at which there's an 80% chance of the hailstones that will fall being larger than 2 inches in diameter.
I'll definitely need help avoiding the hail course today.
Yeah.
I did pretty good so far in avoiding the hail course.
Hopefully it stays that way.
Yeah. At least until I'm done with the rental cycle, then I could care less about the hail course.
And for that Kansas watch, that will remain in effect until 7 o'clock p.m. tonight. And then...
Okay. I like Laura Kelly's priorities, because she sees that there's major severe weather today in Kansas, but all she cares about is taxes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Something that popped up.
Yeah, and for this other watch, that's in Oklahoma. That's actually projected to expire in about an hour, but we're expecting another watch to be issued at some point within the hour, or at least within the next 2 hours. That will include Oklahoma City and a large swath of central Oklahoma, and possibly into Texas as well.
I guess all that needs to be brought in is that stuff. The sooner the better.
And important to mention that
I
this
don't know.
severe thunderstorm warning that was east of Paducah did get extended, now including places like Goodlet and those areas as well. This is warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail, still moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Will remain in effect until 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I'm gonna go and turn off the watches here since it kind of blocks the way a bit. But yeah, right now that is a very discreet storm there, so we'll be keeping an eye on that as it gets as it crawls its way towards this loaded environment that we have today.
Mix this stuff in.
Yeah, and right now,
Hello.
yeah, again, right now I'm just trying to check for information that I can broadcast on here.
Wait, are you with him or? Oh boy. Not a minute rush. Are you? Is the Frontier? Yeah. Okay.
And also, I'm going to go ahead and bounce down to point out that this storm that's starting to mature a bit, that's over Jayton, that will also require watching as well, as that storm is firing up right now. And these storms in Texas will slowly make their way towards this moderate area where we're watching for tornadoes.
Every time.
We're gonna bounce over to the KFDR radar.
Yeah, Shawnee and 2 egg salads.
So again, our main focus for later today
And
will obviously be these cells that form down here, and any cells that form in this general area in the future. Right now, we're going to go back to that severe thunderstorm warning that seems to be our main focus right now. That's over Clio Springs.
Yeah, and I'm actually over here. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, right now
Well,
that looks like it did weaken a little bit as it approached. Oh wow, look at that scan right there. All the way back there over Orenta.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like some pretty large hail did end up falling.
Got my.
Yeah, it looks like in that general area of Clio Springs, some large hail did start falling, and now looks like it did weaken out a little bit. So hold up, let's see if we can get reports on here. Alrighty, reports are working, but yeah, right now that hail core seems to have weakened, but that was a pretty powerful hail core that was forming on that storm. And right now, it's probably just passing Cleo Springs, and also for the people over there, you do have a severe thunderstorm warning right behind you. So yeah, you're still under the gun for severe weather even when the storm passes. And then of course you still got that severe weather threat today as well, throughout the afternoon. So that's probably the first of many rounds of severe weather we're expecting in not only Cleo Springs and that general area, but for a large area of Oklahoma, Kansas, and Texas. Which is also why the Weather Prediction Center also went high risk as well, because of this constant rounds of storm after storm, plus of that line that we're expecting to form according to the models. That's only just going to add to the rainfall totals. And right now we're going to bounce up to the Kansas warning here. Again, current time is 12:25 p.m. We're expecting the main event to get underway in just a few hours. And we are also waiting on the tornado watch. That would most certainly include Oklahoma City and those general areas. And as soon as they issue that, we'll have it right here available. But yeah, right now we do have these severe thunderstorm warnings. One of them is making a beeline directly for Ritual. Nope, horribly mispronounced that again. Maybe next time. But yeah, right now this is moving northeast at 50 miles an hour, warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. And again, oh yeah, and keep in mind this is also in that watch. We're expecting not only possibly strong tornadoes, but also large hail. And that large hail threat seems to be already getting slightly underway. Not completely, though. We're expecting hail sizes to be even larger. But right now we do have a few storms that are producing golf ball sized hail. That was producing golf ball sized hail over the last few hours. And right now the strongest storm so far that's currently active right now seems to be this storm that's in Cleo Springs, that's now starting to make its way to the northeast. And this is going to be in effect until 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. And we also got that severe thunderstorm right behind it, where we are seeing 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is in effect until 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. And then we also got that severe thunderstorm warning to the south that's also warned for a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and 1-inch hail. But we're keeping more of an eye on that one, as these kinds of cells that we're seeing here are going to be the ones that could be producing the more intense severe weather later in the day, as we cross into the afternoon and evening hours. And again, these cells here are very discreet. They have basically nothing near them, so they have a lot of room to grow, and they will most certainly grow as we go along. And we're going to go back up here again, and let's see if they got any other updates, see if they have issued anything that we need to know. I also want to highlight in one of their mesoscale discussions that included a small part of Oklahoma City, but mainly like west central Oklahoma. They did mention that a broader and slash or multiple PDS slash non-PDS tornado watches will be needed. So when that watch expires, aka the one in Oklahoma, western Oklahoma, let me pull that up, the one in western Oklahoma, that will mean that they will probably issue that new watch for Oklahoma City that may or not be PDS. So yeah, they're considering putting it as PDS, which is a particularly dangerous situation. That is a more rare kind of watch, but also there's a chance that they will just stick with a regular tornado watch. But again, that is on the cards, and that is something they are considering issuing. And again, those kind of watches, those PDS tornado watches, are more rare than regular tornado watches. You only see like a few of those a year on average, like sometimes even just like once or twice a year. So yeah, again, a very rare kind of watch that they are considering. They aren't saying 100% they'll issue that kind of watch, just that they are considering issuing that kind of watch.
Basically, a 3, 4, 5 hour long tornado warning at that point.
Yeah, at that point, that will be that. Again, at that point, that's when we're gonna like really get going here.
Yeah, people stop coming in.
And right now, and again, we will be having our chasers on this event later in the day. So yeah, make sure you stay tuned for that. And then we're going to go ahead and quickly bounce back to that severe thunderstorm warning that we've been keeping an eye on. Right now, it looks like the hail core on that is starting to dissipate. It's not as strong as it once was when it was going over Clio Springs. But right now it is still warned for hail. So I would remain indoors until the storm passes. But even then, you're still gonna have more rounds of the severe weather. So again, like even when the storm passes you, like even now, like right behind you, you got more severe storms moving in your general direction, and that's going to be the common theme with this event, according to the Storm Prediction Center and National Weather Service, of having multiple rounds of severe weather, where some of these areas could have round after round of supercells that could produce strong tornadoes and very large hail. We are still a bit uncertain. There's a few uncertainties left, depending on how strong these tornadoes would be, because some people are saying they could be intense to violent. Some people are saying they won't be as violent. But again, the environment is there to support strong tornadoes. Like, bare minimum, it is there to support strong tornadoes of some capacity. But our main question is, with this kind of environment that we are seeing developing right now, how strong are these tornadoes going to be? And to be honest, it could go either way. It's basically a very high ceiling and a very low floor. But the things we can confirm for certain is that we will be having very large hail, very damaging wind, very strong damaging wind gusts, and the flash flooding aspect as well, and definitely tornadoes. So basically, it's basically a hazard on every single front. So right now, that watch in Oklahoma should expire in less than half an hour. And when that happens, that's when the National Weather Service said that they will be, around that time, they will issue the new watch that would include That would definitely include Oklahoma City, and areas north of that and south. Basically, I expect a large swath of central Oklahoma to be in that watch, as well as parts of northern Texas, like north of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And then later, if they don't put Tulsa in it, they'll probably put Tulsa either in this big watch or in another watch later down as this event progresses throughout the day. But yeah, that big time watch that we're expecting, again, some people say, well, the SPC said that they are considering putting a particularly dangerous situation tag on that. But again, basically it's 50-50. They are considering putting a PDS tag on that, but it's not certain. They want to wait a little bit longer to see how this environment's going to unfold over the next few hours, throughout the afternoon into the evening hours. And I know there's been a lot of overhyping of this event. It's important to keep in mind that it is best to only get your information about stuff like that, about tornado risks and stuff, from the SPC themselves, because a lot of people overhype these kinds of events. It's very common, and it's nothing new. So again, if you want reliable, not overhyped outlooks and stuff, it's best that you have it from the SPC and the National Weather Service. And they actually issued, while we were talking about that, they actually issued a severe thunderstorm warning for the storm that we were also watching, that was firing up. We're going to wait a few scans for that to show. But yeah, that is a severe thunderstorm warning that just popped up. That is actually a considerable warning for 70-mile-an-hour wind gust and half-dollar sized hail. So yeah, that is the new strongest storm so far that's currently active. But right now that is northeast of Jayton, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Will remain in effect until around 1:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And I'm going to switch to another radar site here, see if we can get a better view of the storm. But yeah, right now this is projected to remain mostly over rural areas. But right now, if you are in the severe thunderstorm warning, this is a considerable warning, which means that this is not your average severe thunderstorm warning. So this is for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar sized hail, so that'll be 1.25-inch hail. Again, that's moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So if you're in the path of that storm, it's best to remain indoors and just wait for the storm to pass. That's pretty much the best thing you should do. And potentially put that car in a carport or somewhere in a garage if you're able to do that. While there's still time to do that. And yeah, that is one of the storms that we will be keeping an eye on as these storms get closer and closer to these to the main event over here in Oklahoma City, central Oklahoma and those areas. They actually issued another severe thunderstorm warning that will be all the way up to the north here. So let's go ahead and bounce our way all the way to the north here, northwest of Topeka, Kansas. Actually, horribly mispronounced that again. Again, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your names. Still haven't fully recovered from last night's coverage because I was talking for over 5 hours straight, and today we might be live for at least 10 hours. But yeah, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, in effect until 1:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, moving due north at 35 miles an hour. This is for 60 mile per hour wind gust and half dollar size tail. Currently, this storm is mainly located over Wakefield at this current time, but will make its way. That actually looks like it's moving a bit more like northeast versus what the National Weather Service is saying. But that will make its way northeast towards Leonardville and Green there. And keep in mind the tornado threat up here. It still exists, but it's not as intense as we are projecting it to be in Oklahoma. But again, I just want to point out that even this far north, there is still a tornado threat up here. But again, it is not as intense as what we could be seeing in Oklahoma later this afternoon. But again, severe storms like this are going to be common up here. Let me go ahead and I'll give you the exact probabilities up here. So yeah, it is a 30% chance for damaging winds, a 30% hatched for large hail, so that means hail of over 2 inches, and also a 10% significance, so possible there could be a possible strong tornado or two, but again, this won't be as strong as we're seeing in Oklahoma, but you still need to be weather aware regardless. So your primary threat up here, if you live in northern Kansas, would be large hail, possible damaging winds, and a possible strong tornado. But I expect most of them to be on the more weaker side of things. But again, you always gotta be prepared for anything. I mean, what happened yesterday was a complete surprise to basically everyone. So again, the weather can be extremely unpredictable. So again, it's best that you stay weather aware, no matter where you are in this general risk. As we're approaching less than 20 minutes from the possible new watch, I just want to go ahead and mention that, well, let me get this pulled up here. I want to go ahead and quickly mention, alright, I just want to go ahead and quickly mention that, we do have a small risk tomorrow. Actually, that's a large slight risk tomorrow. So if you're like east of this main event, there will be a continuation of this event more eastward, including eastern Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, Missouri, and Kansas. I'm going to pull it up here because it's quite a very large area. Let me okay, there we go. But yeah, as you can see, there is that slight risk, which will be a continuation of that event there. There's actually a 5% chance for tornadoes there. And then I want to go back to that moderate there so you can see the probabilities. So if you want to see where you are at and on these probabilities, you can do so now. Again, this is available on the Storm Prediction Center, spc.noaa.gov. And yeah, and then we do have that 15% tornado significance that covers a very large area. And again, that also does include the significant part of it, the hatched, that includes the 10% and 15%, does include Dallas, Fort Worth, Kansas City, and Oklahoma City. So we do have a few major population centers in that on that area there. All right, so now they have a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's an extension of this one that produced pretty large hail. Yeah, they did downgrade the hail size back down to quarter-sized hail, but again, moments ago, it was producing pretty large hail over Clio Springs. And speaking of which, they're starting to go through more thunderstorms. We're going to be seeing this approach the radar site here, so radar data up here might not be as accurate because of how close this is getting to the radar site, but this is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour, so kind of more on the slow moving side of things. And this will be in effect until 1:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And then we got two more extended warnings. So we're going to go down to the one that is now starting to cross into Oklahoma, and the kind of storms that we're going to be watching to see what they do as they approach a more primed environment. This is warned for this actually got upgraded to considerable for golf ball sized tail. Again, one of our primary threats today. And 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Will remain in effect until 1:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We will be tracking this as it approaches the Texas-Oklahoma border, and then eventually it will be making its way to that moderate risk where we have a pretty loaded environment. And again, this is definitely a cell to keep an eye on because, again, these kind of cells are very discreet. And some of these cells can wrap up into strong tornadoes. But not only that, the other main primary threat is very large hail, because this is barely starting to cross into the enhanced, and we already have golf ball sized hail, and it's still increasing in hail size as we're tracking this closer and closer to that primed environment. And then we're now going to go over to that new severe thunderstorm warning. That's an extended version of the past one. This is warned for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts moving northeast at 30 miles an hour, excuse me, and that will remain in effect until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That does include Winfield. I'm going to go and turn off the SPC watches here for now. That will include Winfield, Akron, and those general areas, and then you can see on that it's kind of like a small line of possible hail on it and damaging winds, and we're going to be seeing this move to the northeast. And again, these kind of lines are normally more longer tracked. So again, areas ahead of this severe thunderstorm warning should remain weather aware just in case if this does intensify into something more powerful. Because right now it's warned for the bare minimum for a severe thunderstorm warning, but that could and likely would change as it moves northeast. And even though a tornado might not happen with this line, it's important to mention that large hail is and again, I keep repeating it because you cannot neglect hail in this situation. Large hail could develop with lines like this. And sometimes if you combine wind with hail, that can cause damage. Causing damage to your sidings, leaving holes in the roof, and the most famous example, leaving holes in your windshield. And again, we are about, if I remember correctly, just a few hours away from when this event is really supposed to get underway event-wise. And they actually gone ahead and issued that particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. Yep. Let me go ahead and let me go ahead and pull this up here. As you can see, there is that particularly dangerous situation there. PDS Tornado Watch 146. Probabilities on that are 80-80. So that means there's an 80% chance of 2 or more tornadoes and an 80% chance of more stronger tornadoes. We also got 90-80 as well for hail, so 90% chance of 10 or more hail events, and a 80% chance of 2 inches or greater. But again, this is a particularly dangerous situation, Primary threats include several tornadoes and a few intense tornadoes likely, widespread large hail and scattered very large hail events up to 3 inches in diameter likely, widespread damaging winds and isolated significant gusts up to 75 miles an hour. They are expecting supercells capable of producing very large hail and damaging winds. The most intense supercells may also produce strong or potentially long-tracked tornadoes. And they actually placed this watch a bit more to the west than I thought they would. So yeah, Oklahoma City is out of this watch by one county, but you might as well consider yourself in it because we will be seeing severe weather out there. But again, this does include. Hold up, I'm gonna see if I can get it pulled up on GR2, so we can have a better understanding of where it's at. Okay, it hasn't loaded up on this end yet. Okay, so we're gonna bounce back. But again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. This will be in effect until 8 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. And you can see with all those bars down there, a large majority of them, except for one, are listed as high. And the only one that isn't listed as high is wind, which is like one of our lowest primary threats. But again, that should not be ignored, as we're still going to have damaging wind events. But again, yeah, and again, this watch is in effect until 8 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. Particularly dangerous situation, and will be live throughout the entire event. No. Oh wait, hold up. I need to turn on your audio again. No. But yeah, no. It includes basically the same areas as the older watch that was issued later in the day, but it does include more of central Oklahoma.
Okay.
Oklahoma City is left out of the watch by one county.
And just because you're not in a tornado watch now doesn't mean you let your guard down.
Yeah, and again, that just came through. I'm just waiting a little bit for that to pop up here so I can give you exact town details on who's in and who's out. But again, like if you're east of this watch, keep in mind you still have a severe weather threat. Keep in mind they're doing this in stages. So right now they have this watch for western Oklahoma, and then eventually they're going to move into central Oklahoma. They're going to put a tornado watch there, and then eventually they're going to put it in eastern Oklahoma. So again, it's going to be in sections. So even though you might not be in a watch yet, that doesn't mean you won't be in the next few hours as this event progresses.
And even if you're not in a watch, but you're still under risk, don't let your guard down, because it just doesn't mean that chances are zero. It just means it's not enough for a watch.
Yeah, and again, right now I'm trying to get that watch popped up on our end. So I can compare it. Apparently most of that 15 significant is left out of that watch. Which would mean they'll probably put another high-end watch later down the line. I don't know if that would be PDS or not, but again, we already have one on the board. And I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, this is our first PDS tornado watch of the year, if I'm not mistaken. And right now, again, we're still waiting for that to pop up. So in the meantime, as we're waiting for GR2 to update with that new watch that just got issued, we're going to go ahead and check out some of these storms really quickly here. including some of these storms, some of these trying to develop into supercells right now. For starters, we do have this severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball sized hail. That's still warned for golf ball sized hail. Now now the source has been updated to weather spotters confirmed hail. So again, weather spotters have confirmed golf ball sized hail is falling with this storm here that's on the Oklahoma-Texas border, about to cross into Oklahoma here in just a minute. There's going to be moving the just past Goulet. We'll be moving into El Dorado. Go ahead.
Are you just gonna hang out here, or?
Oh. And we also got this other storm trying to develop. We actually have a storm that's trying to fire right below it. So again, that could merge with this storm here, but it's still too early to tell because I don't have enough radar data to tell really much of a path yet. But again, we do have another storm trying to fire just south of that one, near Swenson. But that will be, this one will be in effect until 1:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour, warned for 70 mile per hour wind gust and ping pong sized hail.
Awesome.
And then we also do have those severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm just gonna check to see if they have that updated. All right, they still don't have that added. I think it's gonna be a bit before they have that added. But right now, they do have this severe thunderstorm warning. In effect, I'm actually gonna get it closer here for this one. That includes Jet, Nash, and Sand Creek. That'll be moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. And before, it was producing pretty large hail, but now it looks like it's producing little to no hail right now based off what we're seeing on radar. But again, this is very close to the radar, so some of this might not be accurate. But it's warned for 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Will remain in effect until 1:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We actually do have another severe thunderstorm warning that just popped up in Lawton. We're actually going to take a look at this storm here because this one could be... Alright, let's just take a look here. So yeah, these are one of the storms that will eventually make a beeline near Oklahoma City if it's long tracked. And it's also going to be bordering the PDS tornado watch at some point during its path. But yeah, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that does include Lawton, mainly because that this storm is likely going to be rather long tracked, considering the type of environment it's in. Yeah, this is moving northeast at 55 miles an hour, warned until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 1-inch hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. But right now we aren't focused. For this storm, we aren't focused on the now. We are focused on later down the line as it gets closer to a more prone environment, where we could be seeing even larger hail being produced, and maybe if it can get itself together more, a possible tornado.
I'm missing that. I'm just over it. I figured.
And then we do have this other severe thunderstorm warning that is also warned for this line. And now I just want to point out that I just want to quickly point out that that severe thunderstorm warning does include this line too.
It's just there's a lot going on. I cannot.
This is warned for 1-inch hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. This is moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. Will remain in effect until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That will include Augusta, Rose Hill, and Gordon. But yeah, again,
meds taken, so I don't frickin' have a allergy-induced car accident.
Alrighty.
And then I will be out and about. It's just I gotta get my phone charger stuff from my pocket.
Yeah, make sure you get heavily prepared because, again, I feel like that chaser traffic is going to be really bad.
And that's why I need to be like, yeah, I gotta get my allergy meds dealt with so I don't cause a pileup because of pollen.
Yeah. So again, these main storms that are firing right now, these will be the one to watch later on down the line. We actually did get a flash flood warning issued already. We'll get to that there in just a minute. But again, we do have these storms starting to fire now. And again, as more storms start firing here and more closer to Oklahoma, those will be the ones to watch very closely for, again, large hail and potentially strong long-tracked tornadoes, according to the SPC. But yeah, we do have that flash flood warning in effect. That is in effect until, let's see here, 3 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. And looking at this now, yeah, I can see why they issued that. I mean, you got storms kind of training on each other a bit, and this has been going through quite a bit of rain over the last few hours. So yeah, there is no doubt why it issued that flash flood warning. And in fact, I think that's the first of many. And we actually do have a tornado warning all the way up here. And this is the storm. This is the severe thunderstorm warning that we covered and talked about the probabilities up here. This does include Leonardville, and this is a developing rotation here. This is the first tornado warning of the stream, but it's not the first one of the day. We had a few in Oklahoma earlier today. So yeah, this warning will remain in effect until 1:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. On top of the tornado, there is also ping pong sized hail falling, and this is moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. According to the National Weather Service timings provided, this will be around Leonardville at 1:05 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if that timing is correct, you will have at least 4 minutes to get to cover. So you need to be in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. You need to avoid windows. And if you do have a storm shelter or a basement, it's recommended that you go down there. Make sure you grab a sturdy pair of shoes with you just in case if this develops into something. And you need to venture out.
And also have some masks ready in case it kicks up like asbestos or anything. Because especially if you're in a home that was built pre-1978.
Yeah, and then also make sure you have a helmet with you or any form of protection to protect your body. And no matter, even if you're in the basement, you need to get protection on just in case. But yeah, again, this is a
Afterwards,
warning.
probably a good idea to think about getting a tetanus shot.
Yeah, and again, we will be tracking this into Bala and then into Leonardville. This is again, this will remain in effect until 1:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And again, and on top of the tornado, 1.5-inch hail is falling. And based off the scans we are receiving, it looks like Leonardville will likely experience some hail or very, very heavy rain. At the angle it's coming at, you probably won't be able to see the tornado for that long, because by the time you'll be able to see it, it will be nearly too late to get to cover right now. The rotation seems to be struggling a little bit as it approaches Bala right now, but again, it can always redevelop. Let's go ahead and check the upper levels and see higher up in the atmosphere, where we do have, yep, we still have that rotation higher up in the atmosphere. So basically right now, there is still high level rotation, and that can slowly crawl its way down and then eventually drop a tornado. So right now it's just trying to get itself together on the lower parts of the atmosphere, and we'll be seeing if it does that successfully. Right now it looked like it did have a pretty tight rotation for a second there, but again, right now it seems to be struggling a little bit here. But yeah, we'll stand by here and see what this storm does. And keep in mind, this area is under the 10% significance for a possible strong tornado. And in fact, the watch that's in effect here. Wait, didn't mean to show that. That was the watches there. But the watches that are in effect there does say there is a chance for a possible strong tornado or two. But yeah, right now it looks like this rotation is struggling right now. Let's hope that stays the case here. And we're going to be keeping an eye on this. I'm going to quickly zoom out and see if there's anything else we need to cover here. Alrighty, so we do have those two severe thunderstorm warnings down there, which we'll get to here in just a minute. I just want to stay down here for just want to stay up here for one more scan. But right now, it seems like the rotation is starting to struggle a bit. But on reflectivity on the left, you can see that hook echo that will be associated with a rotation. Right now, it is not the strongest in the world by any means. But again, we're gonna stay on this and see what it develops into. So yeah, Bala, Bala, this is about to be on top of you here shortly. So you need to be in your shelters in Leonardville. You still got a long way to go. In fact, I think their original posting of 1:05 p.m. Yeah, it's not there yet. So yeah, again, it will probably be to you within the next, I would say, probably 10 to 15 minutes. Probably less than that. But I just want to give a general range and just say that you don't have much time to get to cover if you're in Leonardville. And Bala, this is nearly on top of you right now. But right now, the rotation so far looks like it's pretty weak right now. And again, we're hoping that stays the case at this current time. Checking our CC, aka way to check debris. There's no debris being lofted.
Yet. That doesn't mean it's not on the ground, it just means it's not hitting anything.
Yeah, and again, right now we're just...
Or... But...
And again, right now we are tracking this event right now. Alright, real quick, in between updates, I want to give some light to these severe thunderstorm warnings that are well, the first one does include Cleo Springs, so you're back under the gun. And like I said earlier, this is going to be round after round severe weather. And as you can see, there's actually some very large hail falling according to radar. Right now, that is ping-pong-sized hail that is falling right now in 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And we're picking up a pretty intense hail signature right here on this storm as it moves northeast. Long term, this will likely impact Hillsdale.
Okay, we'll be switching chats in three, counts in 3, 2, 1.
Alrighty. Yeah, and right now
it's good. It's just...
Yeah, I can
so
hear
I
you.
can get footage. Yeah. I just had to switch stuff over so I could get better footage of tornadoes and stuff because I cannot record while in a VC on the phone, so I had to switch over to the other phone so I could get better footage, slightly better footage.
Yeah, I just want to point out that if you're like in places like Ringwood, you still have likely more hail coming your way. Looks like it did weaken a little bit, but again, it could always spike back up. So Ringwood, just remain indoors for now, as you might have another wave of hail coming here momentarily.
Right. I've never seen this one.
Yeah, and right now that hail signature on that storm is massive. So again, if you're in a Goldtree in Hillsdale, I would remain indoors until this passes. And we also got, on top of that, we also got that severe thunderstorm warning down to the southwest here. That is in effect until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour, warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. Alrighty, so after giving some light to that, we're going to bounce back up to this tornado warning that we have in Kansas. And again, that is including the town of Bala right now. That is basically going to be, okay, we're going to see on this next scan here. Okay, right now, rotation on the lower level seems to be fizzling out. Hopefully that remains the case. It can always kick back up. We still have some signs of weak rotation on the upper levels, but right now the rotation is not as strong as it once was. But again, Leonardville, I would remain in your shelters until this passes you. Bala, this is right on top of you right now. And just remain in your shelters until this passes you. And then after that, you can get out of your tornado shelters. But again, you still got to remain weather aware. Because again, for some of these areas here, it's going to be multiple rounds of severe weather for some of these places. I mean, we've seen back there over in Ringwood how they got hit by hail, according to radar, and now they're about to be hit by another round of hail. So yeah, that is the kind of thing that we're expecting. Some of these rounds may take longer than others for some places, but for some places like Ringwood, it could be a matter of like 15 minutes between storms. Yeah, right now the rotation on the lower level has seemed to completely fizzled out. We're gonna wait to see let's see what the National Weather Service does. Right now the rotation is weakening right now, which is good news. So now, really quickly, I want to go back down to this severe thunderstorm warning, because again, we got very large hail apparently falling with this storm here. Basically the reason why, you can see right there where those white pixels are, that is basically the highest, one of the highest this radar can go here into the whites, and this basically means that that there is large hail falling. So again, this is a very intense storm. So if you're in Goldtree, and mainly if you're in Goldtree, you need, or Goldtry, depending on how you say that town name, you need to remain indoors, as this storm is going to be basically on top of you at any moment. With how close it is, I don't think there's much time to prepare, to like get your car like protected and stuff. I don't think there's that much time left to do that. So again, I would just remain indoors and rate this one out. And also Ringwood, looks like that hail core is starting to dissipate a bit. Again, I would just remain inside just in case. But yeah, again, that hail core is definitely not as intense as the one to the northeast, as we're seeing, that's about to go through that town there. And any areas ahead of it also needs to keep an eye on this, as this is definitely the most intense hail core that we've seen so far today, and we'll probably see more stuff like this throughout today. And again, we're going to be tracking this here, and I'm going to quickly see if there's anything else we should cover real quick before we start focusing on that. We also do have a 1.25 inch hail report with one of those storms to the southwest. This radar is pretty far away, that storm down there is more intense than what it appears, as we are currently using this radar way to the north to track this what appears to be a pretty intense storm ongoing at this current time. I'm going to play the radar back here so you can see where it's going. If you want to see where it's currently going right now, there's a very intense hail core that's about to pound through Goldtry here. Goldtry. Yeah, that's right on top. Yeah, Goldtree. Yeah, I get. Yeah, I was pronouncing it as Goldtree. But I'm gonna pronounce it as Goldtree. I think there's multiple ways to pronounce it, but correct me if I'm wrong. But that doesn't matter. Pronunciation doesn't matter. This is a very large hail core. And right now, that is still warned for golf ball sized hail, and we can currently see something like that on this radar. Also, I forgot I still had
Might get
desktop
some
audio muted.
softballs out of that.
What's the message?
Not softballs. Tennis.
Not
tennis
able
balls
to
out of that.
currently driving.
Bruh, I'm getting my hail sizes mixed up right now.
Yeah, and then
not
we're gonna
able to turn
bounce
these
back up
Ready
to
to
that
set.
warning there, tornado warning that's up there, where that rotation last time we checked was on the way out, but they are continuing the warning, and I think I do know why they are, but I just want to double check to see on this new radar scan on why they are continuing that. Well, actually, yeah, like there's vaguely any rotation on the radar. I think they just want to wait a little bit longer and see if it redevelops. But right now, that seems unlikely. But again, even still, there's still I'm willing to bet there's some at least some hail falling around Leonardville right now.
Oh, something else to note. So this early convection that we have happening right now, I don't know if you've read the tweet from Brad Arnold yet, but he's confirmed that the tornado threat is significantly increased for today, as it appears that the morning convection will have little, if any, impact on the already volatile environment today for tornadoes.
Yeah, and keep
If
in mind,
anything,
remember,
it
we
might-
had that PDS tornado watch issued, and it finally showed up. So I can give you more. I can give the viewers here more accurate data here on like location data. So yeah, this does include El Reno. Oklahoma City, for some reason, is out of this by one county. If you're in Oklahoma City, I would just say that I would just say that you're in it, because it's only one county off, and we're expecting tornadoes there. And then this
They're
also
gonna issue
includes
another one. They'll
Chickasha,
issue another one.
Lawton, Kingfisher, and all the way up to the border here. So again, that is a large. Oh yeah, that also
Tyler.
includes Wichita Falls too.
I would like to note that the SPC did do a mesoscale discussion, I think a couple hours ago, noting that they may have to issue multiple PDS tornado
Yeah, I
watches
pointed that
today.
out earlier.
So I do believe that they will likely issue another PDS tornado watch for the Oklahoma City
Yeah, it's
Metro
either
and
like
eastward
I
later
pointed
today.
out earlier in the stream, and I'll point it out again if there's new viewers tuning in. I feel like they're either going to issue a very high-end watch, or another PDS tornado watch, aka particularly dangerous situation, for more of central Oklahoma, later in the day.
I would also like to note from Brad Arnold, he also says that this day could be a day that folks will talk about for many years to come. Please have multiple ways of receiving warnings.
Yeah, and then keep in mind, like, even if you don't get impacted by a tornado, we're gonna see widespread power outages. I know that might seem kind of insignificant versus what we could see today, but please make sure you have those phones charged, as again, we're gonna have large hail, damaging winds, tornadoes. That's gonna cause
And then
widespread power outages throughout the day.
Portable chargers on hand.
Yeah, make sure you
Also-
have your phones charged and everything.
Have you talked about the high risk of flash flooding for today?
Yeah, I have talked about the high risk.
Yeah, remember guys, turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roadways. We could see as high as 10 plus inches of area of rainfall around the Oklahoma City Metro today in a 24-hour period. Some rainfall rates could reach up to 3 inches an hour, so very significant day for flash flooding as well. So.
Yeah, and speaking of which, I want to point out they actually issued a new tornado warning that's in effect for. Okay, I'm going to read out this warning here. So we're now up to 2 tornado warnings, and that's expected to rise here. This is in Oklahoma, and this includes this. This is pretty much the storm that we've been watching for a bit here. But this includes Hillsdale, Pond Creek, Jefferson, Carrier, Hunter, Kremlin, and Medford. That'll be in effect until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. And this is the storm that you've been watching for a while now. I wasn't going to point it out at first, but I did notice how it seemed like it was trying to form some rotation here, way back here on the radar. But I didn't assume it to be rotation yet. But yeah, that is now warned. So Hillsdale, you're now under the gun for a tornado and not large hail. But again, large hail will also still be a threat regardless. But again, I'm pretty sure that is where your rotation would be. And if that is the case, that will place it very close to Hillsdale at this current time. So if you're in Hillsdale, please seek shelter now in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. If you have a storm shelter or basement, preferably go into that place because that is more safer than an interior room. Make sure you have protection, including shoes, a helmet, and like Earth Central said, a mask, because of the asbestos and stuff that could be kicked up from the older houses out here. And again, this is a tornado warning for Hillsdale, Kremlin, Pond Creek, Jefferson, Medford, Hunter, and Carrier. So if you're in those areas, seek shelter now, as we do have a tornado warning now in effect. And then I also want to point out again that we also still have that tornado warning up in Kansas for Leonardville. And before we go up there to see if that is redeveloping, I just want to go in and point out about this this small kind of line-shaped storm here that's slowly making its way to the northeast here towards Leon. This is warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail for the warning to the north, and for the main one to the south, that is warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and half-dollar-sized hail. And again, these kinds of thunderstorms are more longer lasting. And even though the tornado potential on storms like this is more lower, keep in mind it can make up for that easily with the large hail and the wind damage that these storms often produce. So yeah, let's now go up here to the Kansas tornado warning. Here where we still have that tornado warning currently for Leonardville. And we're going to be seeing if that rotation did redevelop to some capacity. And right now, we're going to go up on the upper levels here. It looks like it's trying its best to reform roughly right where that red square is. That will place it away from Leonardville. And by the way, Bala, you are in the clear. But keep in mind, you still have more thunderstorms that are getting close to you. Actually, that's moving more to the north. But again, this is going to be multi-rounds, so stay weather aware. This is probably not going to be your only storm, so just stay weather aware just in case. And Leonardville, I would remain in your shelters for just a bit longer. And right now, it looks like that rotation did dissipate again, but right now it is really trying to become tornadic right now. And even though it's failing so far and every single time, that doesn't mean if it tries again at some point that it could succeed that time. So if you're in Randolph, I doubt they're going to be extending this warning to you. But I would just keep an eye on this. I mean, you probably do have very heavy rain or maybe even tiny bit of hail falling in your area. But again, I would keep an eye on this area here. I highly doubt they'll be extending that warning into your area. But again, just stay weather aware until the storm passes and stay weather aware throughout today. And I actually want to point out that for starters, yeah, they actually did extend that. So I think they're expecting it to reform. But most importantly, they actually went observed for the one to the for the one in Oklahoma, and for the one in Kansas, throughout what I said about them not extending it, they did extend it, so I think they're wanting to see if it does reform. But yeah, this is a tornado on the ground.
What's
That
the
looks
message?
pretty powerful, folks.
Like Jason.
That looks pretty powerful while we were
got-
away. So yeah, as you can see there, I'm gonna go ahead and turn off. I'm gonna go ahead and turn off Earth Central's audio for a second, so you can hear me a bit better. Yeah, that was on the scan before, and as you can see, that was a pretty strong tornado that's developing right now as we speak. This is a weather spotter confirmed tornado. So this is not radar indicated and not radar confirmed. So this is a confirmed tornado on the ground, now northeast of Hillsdale, moving its way to the northeast. And on the left of your screen, you can see CC, aka what we mainly use to track debris. And you can see where that little ball is, where that where it kind of dips into the greens and blues. That means we are picking up tornado debris. So on top of the weather spotters seeing and confirming this tornado, we also have radar confirmation that this tornado is on the ground. This tornado is more longer tracked. We could be seeing this get dangerously close to Pond Creek. But again, right now that is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Looks like it was pretty powerful and is still likely on the ground. That just crossed near Hillsdale. I'm gonna go ahead and get in contact with the. I'm gonna go ahead and see my sources here and see if we got any confirmation of possibly any if like any pictures of a tornado from those weather spotters or something else. And again, this is our first observed tornado of the day. And this is going to be moving to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. On top of the tornado, there is also golf ball sized hail falling at this current time. And as you can see, that is a clear as day hook echo. If you go back a few scans, that is a clear as day hook echo. And this is basically in northern Oklahoma right now, if you want an exact area state-wise. And this will be making its way, if it's more on the longer track side, which based off this kind of formation, some of these tornadoes do die out pretty quickly. But again, some of these, but there's also a chance it could be more longer tracked. So Pond Creek and Jefferson, I'm mainly calling you out because it looks like this tornado is moving in your direction right now. Carrier, you're out of the warning. You are in the clear. Kremlin, I do think this tornado is going to remain just to your northwest. And Hunter, you're out of the warning too, so you are in the clear as well. Hillsdale, I would remain in your shelters for now, because you do have more storms inbound. None of them are tornadic, unlike the other one, but you still have some storms inbound. So I would just remain in your shelters. But right now, the tornado has passed you to the northeast, and we are going to be tracking this as it gets dangerously close to Pond Creek and Jefferson. And then real quick, we're going to bounce back up to the northwest so we don't neglect these people up here. Because I said we were going to go back up here. I also want to point out we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Verdon, Salem, Falls City, and Dawson in Nebraska. In effect until 2 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. That is warned for 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. And for this tornado here, you can see there is some rotation trying to form on this storm. On your red square would be where that rotation is trying to kick up here, southeast of Randolph, moving northeast towards getting near Oldsburg. And this will mainly remain over rural areas. But again, if you are in those rural areas, you need to seek shelter now, as we have a rotation developing. And this time it could develop into something. I mean, this tornado has been on and off in terms of trying to develop into a tornado, but that doesn't mean this one won't develop into anything. But what that proves to us of how many times it's trying to kick up something, it means that it is really, really trying to become tornadic, and that will likely remain the case for a while, as this continues to move to the northeast. I'm sure they have to extend that to Oklahoma City, so we're gonna check there. But real quick, as we do here, I just want to go in and bounce back. Where that rotation there, where that observed tornado was, it seems to be weakening a bit. With checker debris, yeah, there's no debris left. But again, if you're in Ponch Creek and Jefferson, you should remain in your shelters. The thing about tornadoes like this is that they form very, very quickly, and they also die very, very quickly. So again, it's highly best that you just remain in your shelters just in case if it does reform. Because if it does reform, it's going to do it very, very fast. Because keep in mind, each of these radar scans are minutes in between, and this tornado can touch back down within those minutes.
I have an urgent message from the National Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma.
Go ahead and read it.
The National Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma states that a dangerous convective environment is in place today and into tonight. Storms have already fired out west with severe and tornado warnings already being issued this morning. A special balloon sounding issued by the NSSL near Waterford shows a concerning profile with 2,500 joules per kilogram of surface base cable and 0 to 1 SRH of 25 knots, effective shear of 60 knots, all indicative of a volatile air mass in place. The PDS tornado watch has already been issued for western Oklahoma and western North Texas, with the expectation this will likely be expanded eastward within the next several hours. Guidance has trended a bit slower with the forward progression of supercell thunderstorms, and the latest indications is central Oklahoma should be impacted by dangerous supercell thunderstorms capable of producing strong to violent tornadoes within the 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. time frame.
Wow, so they're using violent now.
You have it, people. They're talking about violent tornadoes now at National Weather Service Norman. Not good.
So I just want to go ahead and tell the viewers, like, what storms are we seeing that could produce stuff like this? And is these storms here, some of these storms that will ignite later, but as well as some of these storms that are already present here in southwestern Oklahoma, and some of these storms here in Texas. Some of these are already severe warned and will make its way towards the peak of this environment where the National Weather Service is now calling for strong to violent tornadoes.
And just to let you all know, the National Weather Service, Norman, and the SPC both run in the same building, so they can both coordinate together.
Yeah, and
this is just going to be one of those, respectfully.
And okay, hold up. So yeah, right now I had to deafen there on the VC for a bit, but like right now, because I just want to point this out real quick, that we do have a lot of severe thunderstorms popping up for this line here, and again, like and we did talk about this line already before, but it's important to mention that this here, as it moves to the northeast, could get more stronger and could produce more larger hail and more damaging winds, on top of the possible tornado or two. Now, keep in mind, with storms that are shaped like this, if there's a tornado, then it's going to happen very fast. I mean, you saw how fast that Hillsdale tornado formed as we were talking about something from earlier, and how in just that short amount of time, that tornado went from barely rotating to a tornado on the ground in just a few minutes. So it's storms like these that you got to be very worried about for tornadoes, as they can form very quickly. And I just want to point out, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect west of Oklahoma City. That is for 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. We'll go ahead and get that pulled up here for you people at home. This does include Piedmont, Yukon, and Cashin. And then and then and again, this is west of Oklahoma City, moving north at 45 miles an hour, and will remain in effect until 2:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So yeah, that's going to be warned for quite a bit. But yeah, I just want to point out that in these storms here, with in these kind of storms here, these tornadoes can form very, very quickly. So like if you're on a warning like this one, it's best that you need to take cover even if it might not seem on the ground, because because keep in mind each radar scan is a few minutes apart, and just those short few minutes, a tornado could touch down in that amount of time. And again, for that, it's still rotating here. Right now, there's no indication that it's currently on the ground. Oh, let me. There's not much indication right now that it's on the ground right now. But again, it can always touch back down, and it looks like it's trying its best to re-touch down as it approaches Palm Creek and Jefferson. And then we also do have more severe thunderstorm warnings that are starting to pop up in southwestern Oklahoma here, including this one that we've been kind of neglecting a bit because everything else that was going on. But yeah, that does include, the severe thunderstorm warning does include Berlin all the way up to Morewood. This is moving northeast at 50 miles an hour and will remain in effect until 2:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And that is warned for, again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. And again, like Tristan was pointing out earlier, we do have that flash flooding threat. And in fact, we still have one in effect until 3 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. This is likely going to be the first of many flash flood warnings because the Weather Prediction Center, like as I mentioned near the start of it, but I'm going to repeat it again, they have put out a high risk for flash flooding. It's kind of a small area, but still, that being there means that you really need to pay attention to every single hazard: tornadoes, hail, wind, flash flooding, and more.
This is just going to be a pick your poison situation. I do think that any threat is dangerous today, no matter what happens. It's best to do, honestly.
Yeah, and again, even if the tornadoes do not perform the way we expect it, you still got the large hail, you still got the damaging winds, and you still got the flash flooding. So no matter what, we are having severe thunderstorm impacts here. So
The question is how bad.
yeah, that and which main hazards are we gonna have? And again, it's important to mention that we are only just beginning. In fact, so all these storms are not a part of the peak of the event. The peak of the event is still about at least 2 hours away. And the main thing that will be dominating that would be these storms over here in southwestern Oklahoma and Texas, as they move into a more favorable environment that is primed for extremely large hail and possibly strong tornadoes, with the National Weather Service now using the term strong to violent tornadoes. And again, like I mentioned at the start of the stream, it's a pretty high ceiling and a very low floor in some of these cases here. So that's why the National Weather Service went with that kind of broader range.
I already don't like how near Lawton and one or two of the areas, Supercells are already doing an amazing job of sustaining their new updraft. I don't like that feeling.
Yeah, and right now that's going to be something that we'll be heavily watching. apparently we did have a photo of that tornado and Hillsdale. Still trying to confirm the image, but that is that is true. That looks like a pretty large tornado. I'll go ahead and send it here in just a second.
The fact that Norman also said this is very terrifying. Today's environment resembles of some of the previous historic tornado outbreaks across the environment. The question is, will the environment actually do? But it's a
Yeah, and
very
again,
high season.
And again, for that new PDS, that tornado watch, where they actually extended it to include more counties, including, yep, that just popped up there. So now, they actually now included Oklahoma City in that PDS tornado watch, as well as Norman, Moore, pretty much all of Oklahoma City is in that now. And
We got a new
and this
tornado
goes
watch?
all the way down to Winewood, and this goes all the way up to about Newkirk.
There's a new tornado watch, and unfortunately for our friend that went through hell yesterday, here comes again. Tornado watch reports.
Yeah. Are you referring to the Kansas watch, Tristan? Are you referring to the Kansas watch? Because I already covered that. Yeah, okay, we'll get to that in just a moment. Hold up, I accidentally turned off the desktop audio. But yeah, we'll get to that in just a moment. But I do want to point out that rotation near Olsburg seems to be trying to get itself together again. You can see that rotation there, just a bit west of the town there. That'll be moving to the northeast at 25 miles an hour. So it's moving pretty slow. And yeah, apparently a tornado watch, Tristan?
Yep, new tornado watch. I'm going to get it right now.
Yeah, I'll
Tornado
go ahead and
watch
pull up the
number-
graphic for that.
Like I said, same people that went through bad stuff last time about to have another tornado watch.
So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pull this up
Yeah.
for the viewers here. This does include Kansas City. This is also one county off from including Des Moines as well.
Yeah, basically the same areas that got pretty bad yesterday. Like,
Yeah,
so
and,
southern Iowa, northeast Kansas, and north Missouri, 1:40 p.m. until 9 p.m. A few tornadoes likely, with a couple of intense tornadoes possible yesterday. Scattered large hail and isolated very large hail event 2 inches in diameter. Scattered damaging winds likely, with isolated significant gusts of 75 miles per hour. Thunderstorms will continue to develop this afternoon along the surface boundary, lying along northern Missouri and southern Iowa. Large hail and damaging winds will be possible, along with a few tornadoes and the strongest cell. Yep. That's
Yeah.
not what I want to hear from an area that got impacted yesterday.
yeah, and right now I just want to point out that the tornado warning that was where we had that tornado in Hillsdale did get dropped. However, a severe thunderstorm warning does now remain in effect until 2:30 p.m. for ping pong sized hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And again, that is a very large thunderstorm there, and that's gonna be crossing into the same areas that were already hit by another severe thunderstorm warning, which again shows you that we are having multiple rounds for some of these places here of severe weather.
I just want to let you know, supercells are blowing up across Oklahoma a little bit earlier than expected. It looks like the environment is a tiny bit stronger than expected. Also, like unexpected, we already have our first flash flood warning due to training already due to clustered
Yeah,
up in the
and I
northwest.
already covered that. Okay, so I just want to go ahead and go over here because we do have these new severe thunderstorm warnings popping up that are being extended. And you can see what I mean here, like we pointed out, like I pointed out just more earlier in the stream, how long track these severe thunderstorm warnings are, and that is because this environment here as a whole is primed for long track supercells that is capable of producing very large hail and possibly strong tornadoes. So like this storm here could later become an issue if it can get more organized. This is warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail, moving north at 55 miles an hour. Will remain in effect until 2:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And the issue of this storm is that it needs to get a lot more organized for it to become more of a threat. But it has a lot of time to do that. So again, that's something to keep an eye on. We also do have an extended version of that severe thunderstorm warning all the way down in Jayton. One of the storms we're also watching that is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Will be in effect until 2:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This does include Benjamin and Knox City. And going up to the north here, where we have this other supercell that's trying to get itself together, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma that includes East Duke, Martha, and Hester, and as well as more areas. This will remain in effect until 2:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Will remain in effect until 2:15 p.m. Central, and warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-sized hail. So those are some of the storms that we're seeing make its way into this primed environment. Again, on top of that, we're still watching that storm that's severe thunderstorm warning west of Oklahoma City. That's near Yukon right now, but will eventually make its way to Piedmont, and then it's currently moving north at 45 miles an hour, in effect until 2:15 p.m. Central. Warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. And yeah, right now, this is these are all the warnings so far that we do have in effect in the area. As we go through the next few hours here, we're expecting this to uptick majorly. And again, we still have about less than 2 hours away from when the event is supposed to really get underway.
I would like to quickly know if you are in Kansas, to each of Wichita, there is a decent bow echo.
Yeah, that's something I also
With a
pointed
comma
out.
head that might be trying to deliver.
Yeah, that's something I also pointed out. And the thing with these is that they can track for a while. And hold on, we actually do have another tornado warning. So yeah, let's go ahead and go to that tornado warning in question.
We're talking about the one in Kansas.
Northwest of Kansas City, yes. Alright, so this does include.
I made it to Oklahoma.
The Kansas. Oh, that one. The public and law enforcement reported a very low level rotation for that.
Alrighty, so yeah, so this is where your tornado is. Right now, this is in effect until 2:15 p.m. Central Time, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Right now, this is you can see that rotation clear as day on the right. You need a little more assistance. It's where that red square is. This is going to be moving northeast, remaining over rural areas until it crosses into Missouri here, where it could threaten white cloud in those general areas. Sorry, okay, there we go. Okay, so again, this is going to be tracking to the northeast here, approach Missouri, may briefly cross into the extreme southeastern tip of Nebraska. So again, that's something we're going to be watching here. Again, we also have that rotation there that tried developing. Looks like it's struggling again to form, but we'll still keep an eye on that. And as that warning came out, we actually had another severe thunderstorm warning issued. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail, and effect until 2:30 p.m. Central Time. And it looks like something may be trying to develop here west of Fairmont. But again, we're gonna wait and see to make sure. But yeah, this does include Kremlin, Hunter, Salt Fork, Fairmount, Breckenridge, Covington, and more. So yeah, that is now under the gun for severe weather. It's kind of like a broken up line of storms here as it's moving to the northeast. Again, bouncing back to this tornado warning over here.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
We do have that rotation that's developing south of the area.
Okay. Hello. Where I needed to.
We're just waiting to see if we can get more information at this current time.
So I'm approaching Miami, Oklahoma.
I don't want it to go. That's what I'm getting at. If it starts to develop, it may take a right turn, and I don't want to go. Yeah, but the general information right now with.
Yeah, okay, so we are currently trying to see if we can get any information out of that storm, but in the meantime, we're going to bounce back. Excuse me, we're going to bounce back over to these severe thunderstorm warnings. Right now, we are still waiting to see if there's going to be anything new that pops up here, because I think we covered basically everything so far. So we're just going to stand by here and see what could happen here. Important to mention that the storm, I'm going to point out that the severe thunderstorm warning no longer includes Yukon, so Yukon, that thunderstorm has passed you. But you're still going to be under the gun for more storms later in the day. See, okay, so, okay, so, right now, okay, so, like I was saying, that is crossing the, highway there. That rotation seems to be coming together a bit more, as we're seeing this, move to the northeast, again, at, 35 miles an hour. And again, we're going to be watching this storm here as it begins to mainly go over rural areas, but eventually it will get dangerously close to White Cloud, and then even more towns if it's more longer tracked. So if I were in like places like Mound City, for example, or any area south, I would remain weather aware. I'm not saying this tornado is going to be so long track it's going to reach you, but again, this is something that you got to be this is something that you got to know about just in case, because considering what we could be experiencing today, this is something not to mess around with. Yep.
A lot of public events in Oklahoma. We have a very concerning environment, and the only unknown is if these storms will truly use it. In a situation that they do, you need to heed all the warnings. Honestly, today should be treated like a high, even if it's not, because of the circumstances we have today. So, this has to be treated like a high, issue. This is one of those days where we could have a very bad moderate. We don't know it.
Alrighty, and I
If
just
you
want to
already
point out
hear
that
it,
we do have that rotation intensifying, moving northeast.
Oh, there's a
So-
Swift truck. I definitely want to avoid that.
So yeah, right now we do have a Irv Central on the road right now. Irv Central, if you want to tell us where you're currently at.
I'm currently heading towards Miami, Oklahoma. From there, I'm gonna check the radar to see if I should gun it to the west yet or not.
Alrighty.
So,
Sounds good. And again, oh, we have another tornado warning. That's an extended one of this warning over here. This is moving towards Wheaton right now. That's the only real place that I can see on GR2 that's in this. This is moving northeast at 30. Also warned for ping pong sized tail. And this will last until 2:30 p.m. Central. On top of this, we also got that rotation here that's starting to intensify more. So again, if you're in this tornado warning over here to the east, you need to seek shelter, as it looks like this rotation is starting to intensify more and more as it begins to. It's mainly over rural areas right now, but if it's a bit more longer tracked, we could see this get dangerously close to White Cloud and areas north and northwest of White Cloud. So again, this is something to keep an eye on right now. As this begins to move there, and also we do have another severe thunderstorm warning all the way back down here. Cleo Springs, you're back under the gun again for another severe thunderstorm warning. Chester, Orion, and those general areas too, you're also back under the gun. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size tail moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. Will remain in effect until 2:30 p.m. Central Time.
It's also really concerning today. Um, the Air Force bases in Oklahoma City, Wichita, 4 hours ago, and it might still be continuing, are evacuating their airspaces just in case. I don't like when the Air Force has to leave. Also, new mesoscale discussion. I expect the tornado watch for the Tulsa Metro and South Kansas, including Pittsburgh, next to Joplin. Minus those five.
Okay. Well, it looks like I'm in a good spot.
And what do you mean by that?
Because I'm already in the area. I
Alright.
live in the area.
Yeah, right now we still have that tornado warning all the way up here. The rotation seems to have gone a bit weaker, but again, it could always re-intensify, considering what it looked like just moments ago. This still remains in effect until 2:15 p.m. Central Time. This does remove that town to the southwest away from it, from the tornado warning, so you are in the clear for now. And we got this tornado warning still over here. That is in effect. Wait, let me check something. Yeah. This warning is in effect until 2:30 p.m. Central.
That's supposed to be underground, not above ground. Crazy storm shelter.
We got a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible, 70-mile-per-hour wind from Norman.
Norman? Where? Again?
This is in effect for Ford and Knox counties in Texas.
Texas.
Yep, there's a nice supercell down there. Very nice.
I think that's the Jayton cell that I was keeping an eye on. Hold up. The stream here was keeping an eye on here. I'm gonna check it out here. Oh yeah, that is a very nice a storm there. That is slowly and also that storm to the south that was also like firing alongside it seems to also be doing pretty nice too. And it looks like this storm is actually starting to curl into a hook. So again, I'm pretty sure this is the tornado possible in question. Yep, that is the tornado possible, and it looks like that is starting to now to curl into a hook shape. And it seems like it's also starting to rotate northwest of Benjamin, Texas. And actually, yep, they just issued a tornado warning for Benjamin, Texas.
Wow, that was really quick.
Yeah, that was quick. They seen that instantly. So yeah, this is a tornado warning for Benjamin, Texas, and Vera, and affected to 2:45 p.m. Central Time, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. And as you can see, there is that hook right there is probably what got them to issue that warning there, because that just suddenly hooked. If you look at the upper level rotation, you can see how intense that upper level rotation was. So this storm is starting to curl a little bit. So right now, all this storm needs to do here is to get more powerful on the lower levels of the atmosphere. So basically, crawl its way down to the ground. And right now, yeah, that hook is surging right now. Yeah, that hook is surging near Benjamin.
We have one or two wall clouds reported by one or two news stations in Oklahoma. Luckily, they didn't drop. The atmosphere is certainly violent. It's trying.
Okay, yeah, hold up. I need
that.
to get.
That's very worrying.
Okay. Hold up.
Uh-oh.
Okay, wait.
The Vance Air Force Base just burned.
Okay, I'm trying to focus on something right now that's kind of important, Tristan. I'm trying to... Okay, yeah, we're back now, but yeah, that is the tornado right there. That is starting to develop now. That looks like a pretty tight couplet. If we go on the higher levels here, That is still some pretty nice rotation there. And now it seems like it actually weakened a little bit as soon as I started talking about that. But again, it could always re-intensify here. That supercell looks very mature right now, and keep in mind, this will, if it's like very long tracked, it will make its way into the moderate and into the more loaded environment. And also as that storm down to the south, that's kind of interacting with a bit, but not doing a full-on merger. And again, we do have that, let me check here. We do have okay, so we have more severe thunderstorms popping up. More severe thunderstorms are popping up right now. Piedmont is now out of that severe thunderstorm warning west of Oklahoma City. Now it's just caching in that warning. We do have another severe thunderstorm warning that's an extension of that one. Let me see if I can find a radar site. Where is that
New
one?
severe thunderstorm warning, damage threat considerable. 70-mile-per-hour wind and hail of 1.5 per year. Jackson, Cuyahoga, and Washington counties, Oklahoma.
Okay, so yeah, like I was saying, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning. This is another severe thunderstorm warning near Morewood, moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail are the threats, and will be in effect until 2:30 p.m. Central Time. And now going to that, hold up, we're gonna bounce. Where should we bounce next? I think we should go back to those 2 tornado warnings real quick. And then we'll go check out some of the other severe thunderstorm warnings. And right now, okay, so for the one on the left here, it looks like it's developing a small hook here. Okay, wait, it's still downloading some data, so let's see the new up-to-date data. Alrighty, good.
I'm gonna go to Bartlesville.
Alrighty, yeah, a good thing we waited because it looks like that rotation seems to be struggling a bit.
Alright, I'm setting your destination to Bartlesville.
Alrighty, so like, as you can see, there's that
Your
divergence
route may
there.
be affected by flood warning.
As you can see, there's that divergence there that can normally lead to tornado genesis, but it's not as prominent, so I'm not 100% sure. But we'll keep an eye on that just in case. And then we also got this rotation up here that we're also keeping an eye on. It's still there. It's gonna be making its way towards White Cloud, and then those are the tornado warnings there. And again, that will remain in effect until 2:15 p.m. Central, moving northeast at 35. So now, new tornado warning. Okay, that's extended. That's extended. So yeah, right now we're gonna wait for the data to update here. It looks like the rotation is struggling a bit. It's still there, but it's not as prominent as it once was. But again, we'll still keep an eye on that, mainly in the future too, as this begins to approach a more favorable environment. So yeah, new tornado warning in effect for Mound City, White Cloud, Forest City, Oregon, Iowa Point, and those general areas. Those are the areas that were called out to be weather aware. And even though this rotation isn't as prominent as it once was, you still need to seek shelter in an interior room or a basement. This is moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. We're remaining in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central. See, that's an extended warning there. No, hold up just 1 second. Alrighty. Again, we're gonna be here for a long day. So yeah, we're just currently preparing for us to be live for a pretty long time. So right now we do have that severe thunderstorm warning.
I do have.
For Blair, Lone Wolf, Cambridge, Rocky, Halbert, and those areas. This is the considerable that Tristan did mention for 1.5-inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. These are one of the more dominant cells that could pose a threat later in the day. And then we also do have another large severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-sized hail in effect until 3 o'clock p.m. Central Time, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This does include Ponca City and Blackwell. And yeah, that's basically the new warnings that have popped up so far. And now they have issued another severe thunderstorm warning, trying to figure out where that is. They've also dropped the severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for Lawton, so that's no longer severe thunderstorm warned. They did issue a severe thunderstorm warning back in Kansas, in effect for Blue Rapids and Waterville, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour, in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central Time, for ping pong sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. As you can see, there is that you can see where those pockets of hail are at on the left side of your screen, as well as that tornado warned storm to the east that has been on and off so far in terms of rotation, but thankfully it hasn't produced anything major yet, and we're hoping that stays the case. But regardless, seek shelter if you're in that tornado warning. I'm just trying to get an update from one of our chasers right now. Would also like to report that about a few minutes ago in Highland, Kansas, which is one of the storms up here, there was a tornado confirmed. There was a photo of a tornado sent, which we'll go ahead and go back up there in just a minute. But as you can see, that rotation isn't as dominant on the lower levels. It is there's still rotation on the upper levels right now, but right now that is going to be moving to the northeast.
What's the message?
You two, we're all under the same threat.
Now be moving
I
northeast
got
at 30.
you two roll under the same breath. Ready to send it?
Yes.
Okay, it's sent.
Right now, the one in Highland, Kansas, would be this one up here, where there was a brief tornado on the ground. So, again, that could always touch back down. So, be in your safe spots. And again, there's a photo of a tornado that was briefly on the ground. We do not know if it's still on the ground at this current time. Can't share the photo on stream because of copyright issues. Now I want to bring up something for lightning activity, which is a way for us to see how strong a storm may be, depending on how many there is. You can see each plus there is a strike in the last 20 minutes. You can see with this tornado warning storm down in Texas, you can see there's been a lot of strikes there. And then we go over to the north with this storm here in Blair. There's also been a lot of strikes there as well. So yeah, each one of these pluses here is a strike that has occurred in the last 20 minutes. So I just want to bring that up real quick. I'm going to bring up all of our watches so far. that extend from Texas all the way up here, all the way up through Kansas into Missouri, includes a few counties in Nebraska, all the way to near Des Moines in Iowa. And we're expecting even more watches throughout later today. Now we are up to 5 tornado warnings, which is an extended, just another extended warning of one of these Kansas storms. So here we are up to 5 tornado warnings for now. And this new warning does include places like Soldier, Wetmore, Circleville, Corning, Goff, Havensville, and those general areas. This will be in effect until 3 o'clock p.m., moving east at 35. And for this town over here, I know you've been in a tornado warning, but if this is more longer track and continues to be, you might be back under the gun for another tornado. So I would keep an eye on these storms to your southwest for now. And yep, they dropped it down to 4 after canceling one of the warnings up in Kansas. And again, we're going to be remaining live here for quite a while as this event continues to unfold. Again, we're about 1 to 2 hours away from this event from really getting started, where we could see those strong tornadoes as the National Weather Service is forecasting. And again, we do have a PDS tornado watch in effect for a large swath of central and a part of western Oklahoma. And that does include, let me put up the watches here, that does include Oklahoma City, Chickasha, Lawton, Kingfisher, El Reno, and basically a lot of major areas here. And then that also includes Stillwater too, by the way. And it goes all the way down into Texas, where we have that extends into Wichita Falls. So again, pretty decently sized PDS tornado watch, aka particularly dangerous situation. And again, we're gonna be live here for a very long time. Eventually we're gonna have both chasers here. Hold up, we're gonna hold that thought for just a second, because we have an observed tornado now. This is the storm that had that tornado photo mentioned before of a brief touchdown, and now this is now observed. You can see that tornado report actually pop up using on that icon there. Just says simply confirmed tornado. So this is basically northwest of White Cloud. Will make its way northeast towards the interstate. To be exact, this will be moving northeast at 30 miles an hour, and includes Interstate 29 between mile markers 71 and 86. This does include Mound City, Forest City, Oregon, White Cloud, a small part of Iowa Point, and even more areas. And I also want to point out we do also have another tornado warning just northwest of this one in Nebraska. That's just a bit northeast of Verdun. That is in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central Time, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. But yeah, right now we do have an observed tornado on from this storm here. I'm gonna be seeing if we can get any information at this current time regarding this storm. Let's go ahead and see what our team has for us here. And again, we're going to be checking to see. Because again, we did have that tornado photo from just moments ago. And again, we do not know if it's still on the ground. But again, you should treat this as a tornado on the ground and seek shelter immediately.
Yeah, always assume that it is on the ground.
Yeah. And the source of this is actually a law enforcement confirmed tornado as well. So yeah, this is not radar confirmed. This is not just radar confirmed. This is confirmed by law enforcement to be on the ground. And we're going to quickly move real quick. Well, for starters, they dropped the severe thunderstorm warning that was in Oklahoma. Oklahoma. And they also dropped a few severe thunderstorm warnings there as well. Back over here, we do have that tornado warning that remains extended as this as possible rotation continues to move to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. This will be in effect until 3:00 p.m. Central Time. On top of the tornado, over here, ping pong sized tail is also possible with the storm. And again, that includes places like Kelly, Corning, Goff, Wetmore, Circleville, Soldier, and Havensville, among others. So if you're in those areas, you need to seek shelter immediately. You're under a tornado warning, and for people up here and like places like Mound City, White Cloud, Forest City, those areas, you're currently in an observed tornado warning, as a tornado has been confirmed down by law enforcement. And again, right now we're just going to be waiting for more information regarding these tornadoes. I also want to point out that the environment in Norman, Oklahoma is starting to become more intense. And again, over the next few hours, we're going to see that environment be used by these storms. Where we could see extremely large hail and possibly strong, long-track tornadoes. And here is a quick view of what we have over here. Still have that tornado warning down there. Moving northeast in Texas, that will eventually cross the border. Well, the storm is, I don't know if that tornado is going to last much longer. We're actually, let's check. Because we haven't checked that storm in quite a bit because we were focused on the storms in Kansas and the Oklahoma severes. So yeah, right now you can still notice some rotation with it. Again, it's not as strong as it once was. There isn't really that hook shape anymore. But again, the main thing we're worried about is definitely the future of this storm as it crosses into Oklahoma and then beyond. because that is when it could actually use the environment to its advantage. And also, we do have that storm down there to the south that could also pose some issues later in the day. They also issued a small severe thunderstorm warning for that storm as well. So.
Heard you have tornado warning S. Do you want to reply?
Yes.
And again, we do have storm chasers down there.
A message.
Yeah, we're all under the big threat for severe weather today, and I did get monster tornadoes yesterday on camera.
I got. Yeah, we are all under the big threat for severe weather today, and I did get monster tornadoes yesterday on camera. Ready to send it?
Yes.
Okay,
We do
it's sent.
have reports of
Yeah,
a tornado
hell's
that
not
just
a
came
test.
in from emergency management just near White Cloud. So this tornado is still on the ground. So if you're in between Mound
So I
City
made
and
it to
Oregon,
Welch.
seek shelter now.
Yeah, I made it to Welch, Oklahoma. About 62 miles or 100 kilometers for those not from the U.S. out from Cartersville.
Alrighty.
That's how I see it. Yeah, for those who don't know conversion, basically every 3.1 miles is 5 kilometers.
Also want to point out that we also had a unless they misreported this. Apparently, there was a 60-mile-per-hour non-thunderstorm wind gust, tree limbs, and a small fence down. I don't know if they misreported that, but yeah, that's another report that came in.
I could see that happening.
Yeah, because it can happen sometimes where they misreported it as a non-thunderstorm wind gust. But if that's really the case, then yeah, that's crazy.
Alex Lehman said, okay. And then Melissa Lehman said, thumbs up. Do you want to reply?
No.
Okay then.
And again, we do have our chasers out there. And trying to get in position
get
for later in the
some.
day.
Here's I'm pretty much all alone where I'm at in terms of weather spotters. Shit.
Yeah. And I don't know where our other chasers at right now. They used to be in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, so I would imagine if they left already, they would be traveling northbound. But yeah, if we ever get contact from them, then I'll share it here. But yeah, right now, our only real spot of us having many tornadoes here is up here right now. That's going to change as we get through the day here. But yeah, we do have 3 tornado warnings, one of them being observed. They actually dropped one of them, mainly because it was an old warning. But right now, we that's another tornado report that came in. Yeah, delayed report. Okay, so yeah, that was a delayed report. So yeah, this tornado was rather fairly longer track than I thought it was. But yeah, again, looks like that's going to be moving in between Oregon and Mound City. So if you're in that general location, it is you need to seek shelter. It looks like the rotation is dying out a tiny bit, but keep in mind that this is kind of in a radar dead zone, so data might not be that accurate out here. And we got another.
I might be tailgating a drunk driver. I'm not sure, but he's kind of swerving. I'm not sure if I should be concerned.
Yeah, I would be careful. Yeah, we also got these severe thunderstorm warnings in Missouri. One of them for Quitman, Burlington Junction, Clearmont, Hopkins, and Pickerington. That one was warned for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter size hail into 3. We also got another severe thunderstorm warning. That is a tornado warns. Looks like they're going to be canceling this tornado warning here in just a second, because this one is tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning, and effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Time. And then, of course, we still have that tornado warning that we've been tracking all the way back over here at Bala. And right now, it's been on and off, but again, it could always turn into something. And I guess that's why the National Weather Service has kept continuing this for this long. And then we're going to go back to the other warning here in Texas. And by the way, there's also signs of a loaded environment in northeastern Kansas, so that's why we've been having those tornadoes over there, it seems. Pretty more loaded than I thought it was at first. Yeah, right now this storm seems to be trying again to form a tornado. You can see that hook it's trying to form right now. We'll see if it becomes successful at that. We'll keep an eye on that storm as it approaches. I mean, this is like Nowheresville, so it's hard to really give you a town out here. But yeah, there's gonna be across rural Texas, pretty much near Lockett. That's the town I'm gonna go with here, like way southwest of the town of Lockett. And eventually we'll cross into Oklahoma, which again, it's I don't know if the rotation will, but I feel like the storm certainly will cross into Oklahoma. Looks like a lot of the severe thunderstorm warnings also got dropped. So we only have a handful, well, like pretty much like 2 severe thunderstorm warnings and Oklahoma right now. But again, that will likely change as we go through the day here.
Yes, get off the road.
We did have another photo of that tornado in Kansas. Looks like it was a pretty small tornado, but still. That was an old report, though. Going back up to northeastern Kansas real quick. Okay, so apparently there's even more reports. Another. Okay,
Oh, that's fucking rude.
okay, we also got this other kind of shocking report here over by this town here in Kansas here. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust report, but the thing is that it says semi blown over at mile marker 781 on I-70, limbs over roadway. And that's also listed as a non-severe thunderstorm report. I mean, a non-thunderstorm wind gust. Which playing it back, yeah, that was not a part of any storm. So that's wow.
So that would probably increase potential fire danger if it wasn't for the heavy rains.
Yeah. And so we still got that
So if you're in drier areas, don't burn anything. The winds will burn everything you know.
okay. Again, that tornado warning, that tornado observed, is now left at White Cloud, Forest City, in Oregon. So if you're in that area, you're now in the clear. Mountain City, if you're mainly southeast of Mountain City, if you're in that area, you should remain in your shelter for a bit longer. They've also dropped that tornado warning in Nebraska as well. They've also shortened that tornado warning in Texas. So yeah, that's mainly what we're going to be tracking over rural parts of Texas. It's going to be right here. We're going to take a small break, like a small 5-minute break, as I need to go take care of something real quick. So I'll be back here in just a moment. Stay tuned, and we'll continue live coverage of this event here in just a moment.
I guess that'll be minutes. But yeah. Hello. Back. Guys have to take. Bird, stop! Stop being crazy!
God.
I'll get melted.
Alrighty, we are back. I don't know how much Earth Central talked there, but I just want to point out that while I was away, I was looking at some of the radar data that people were posting, and we did have I did notice there was some pretty strong rotation, so we're gonna go check that out. Here in just a moment here. Yeah, we do have this tornado warning that's in effect out here. This is in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, when east at 50 miles per hour, and there's going to be approaching Newkirk, and then we'll eventually make its way to Hardy. You can see that rotation there, where those red and greens meet right there, that caused that warning to be issued. The kind of storm that this is in is known for producing tornadoes very quickly, so you need to treat this as a tornado on the ground because of how fast these can form, and seek shelter. And bouncing south real quick to this other warning. We're just waiting for the radar to load here. The radar's been pretty slow today, but
This stuff should be working now.
yeah, right now we have that tornado warning that's now extended further south of Lockett. Moving northeast at 20 miles an hour for a tornado and tennis ball sized hail. So that's 2.5 inches of hail that's falling. That's moving northeast at 20 miles an hour, so it's slow moving as well. We're remaining in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Time. And then we're going to go ahead and go back up to the northeast. Where we have that warning in effect for Mount City and Matlin and Barnard. That is in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Time, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Will also be in effect for quarter-sized hail. You can see on the screen there. You can see that rotation after it crossed the interstate. Looks pretty decently strong. That's southeast of Mount City. It will get pretty close. I'm gonna play back the radar here. And it's gonna get pretty close to Graham and make its way through there. If it's more longer tracked, then Maryville could be under the gun for this tornado here that has a history of producing a tornado. So Murrayville, I would keep an eye on this for right now, just in case this does become even more longer tracked, or if it produces something. And again, even without the tornado, there is still some pretty decent sized hail falling near you as well. Let me see if they changed that. Actually, yeah, they changed it to quarter-sized hail. Alrighty. But still, even if you don't get hit by a tornado, there's still chances for damaging winds and pretty small hail, but still something that you need to watch. And while we were away, 2 other severe thunderstorm warnings did also pop up as well. Chester and Orion, I know you've been through round after round at this point, but you're back under the gun again for another severe thunderstorm warning. This time moving northeast at 50 miles an hour, one for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. Will remain in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central time. And then to the south, while we were away, this warning got extended to include Corn, New Cordell, and Colony. This is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. 70-mile-an-hour wind gust and ping-pong-sized hail is possible with this storm, which listed as considerable. And also, I would like to point out that the tornado observed up there in Missouri has been dropped. So for now, we are back down to 5 tornado warnings for now. And also one final thing while we were away, there is also this, and also there was something new up there I want to point out there. But before we do, there's also the severe thunderstorm warning up here.
Testing.
Including, yeah, I can hear you, by the way. This is moving north at 25 miles an
I
hour.
was making sure.
Yeah, alrighty. Yeah, yeah, I can hear you just fine. Alrighty, yeah, this is moving north at 25 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is moving north at 20 miles an hour. This will be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central. Quarter size hail is expected. The impact, the only impact they have listed is damage to vehicles is expected. And again, that will remain in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Time. And the wind speed, there's no damaging winds with this one, so it's just the hail that this got warned for.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Emergency management just confirmed a tornado on the ground in Kansas at this time.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, that was one of the things we're about to jump back to. So yeah, perfect timing on this. And also I want to point out, we got a major wind, non-thunderstorm wind gust occurring at this time. There's actually been damage from it. Now gusting up to 68 miles an hour in some places, and areas that are not in the thunderstorm, and radar does confirm that is not thunderstorm induced. But yeah, now we got a tornado confirmed on the ground by emergency management, according to the source here. Ping pong sized hail as well. So if you're, so Kelly, this will remain just to your southeast. If you're in Fairview, I would keep a very close eye on this because you might be in the warning here soon as this begins to approach you, mainly to your south. This is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So that is a confirmed tornado on the ground. So yeah, please make sure you take cover as soon as possible in an interior room or a basement. Over here, we've still got that tornado warning near Burlington Junction, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. And, yeah, and then also all the way back down there, and also that warning in Burlington Junction will remain in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Time. Bouncing back down to the south really quickly before we go back to that tornado observed in Kansas. We have that tornado warning still in effect for Newark, moving east at 50 miles an hour for half-dollar sized hail, moving east at 50 miles an hour. That will be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Time. You can see that rotation just north of Newark will make its way eastward and will eventually cross into Kansas. Hardy, you need to seek shelter and an interior room or basement. And Silverdale, it actually looks like they issued another warning because it looks like, based off us replaying the radar, it's turning a bit more north instead towards Silverdale. So Silverdale and Arkansas City, you need to be weather aware of this tornado warning with rotation on it that's starting to curve more to the north. It's now listed as moving northeast at 45. Will be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Time. And then we're going to go back to that observed warning up there. And again, I want to point out areas in like Junction City, Chapman, and those areas, we are getting heavy non-thunderstorm induced winds right now of over 60 to 70 miles an hour rounded. So again, be careful out there because that is not caused by thunderstorms. That is caused that is being caused not by thunderstorms. And you're still under the gun for severe storms. So please be careful out there. Right now we are tracking.
A tornado report just came out of just to the west of Gulf. They did report a brief touchdown, but it is no longer on the ground.
Yeah, brief touchdown. In fact, we got another observed tornado now south of Newark. Let's go down south.
Yep.
Here I'm gonna. Okay, wait. I'm trying to find the radar again. I think it was this radar. Alrighty, so yeah, this is gonna be heading towards Newark. We're going to get the exact details here in just a minute when this radar loads, but we have two areas where a tornado has been indicated on the ground. This is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Emergency management confirmed tornado. As you can see, it is, again, that rotation is just north of Newark. There is also that hook echo that we would normally see with a tornado, as this is now no longer seems to be moving more northern. It seems like it's moving more northeastern now from this perspective. This is going to be moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This will remain just north of the town of Newark at this current time, and will get dangerously close to Silverdale and Hardy as it crosses into Kansas.
In portions of southern Kansas, there's 0 to 3 kilometer cape of 250.
So yeah, the environment is there.
Also, the SPC's new outlook comes out here in the next 8 minutes.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and get that. Once that comes out, we'll have that pulled up for you, and we'll give you the breakdown of that new discussion here. Yeah, right now we also have cells firing just to the south here. That could also be
We're headed into that window that National Weather Service Norman was talking about for those potentially strong, long-tracked, potentially strong to violent tornadoes that they were talking about between 3 p.m. and 9 p.m.
Yeah, they have gone ahead and put the other warning that the other one weather forecast office issued. Both of them are now under TORARs. So again, this is emergency management confirmed tornado near Newkirk. That's actually not Newark, that's Newkirk. The radar was making it seem like that way, but again, that's Newkirk, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Repeating, a tornado is on the ground. $half size tail indicated.
There's also some rotation south of that storm too.
Yeah.
South of Newport.
Yeah, and then there's also, let me switch back up here to the other radar. Yeah, there's also those storms to the south that are moving towards this line here, like Stillwater. Towards like Stillwater, Red Rock, and those areas.
Severe thunderstorm watch number 148 has been issued.
Just now?
Yep, in western Kansas.
Alrighty.
It just states that 2-inch hail is likely, 70-mile-an-hour winds are likely, and that a tornado or two may be possible.
Alrighty. I got that. Right now, okay, let's go back to the storm over to the northeast so we don't neglect those people, because that tornado is still on the ground.
Destructive severe thunderstorm warning continues. Baseball-sized hail has been observed in Knox County, Texas.
Knox County, Texas. Oh, I didn't even know there was a destructive one.
I think it got upgraded to a destructive.
Yeah, probably very recently because I covered that pretty recently. If I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah! Wow! Look at that picture. Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely
yeah.
looks.
I'm worried about that storm when it gets to the more favorable environment.
Me too. It's a fairly discrete cell, and it had that structure to it earlier, and I'm really worried for this storm once it gets into that favorable environment.
Yeah, like it was
definitely gonna have to heavily watch it.
Yeah, all the way back in Benjamin, it had a pretty good hook to it, but that has since
yeah,
faded.
I saw that.
Rotation on it.
Yeah, that's why it's warned right now. Looks like it's trying to redevelop the rotation right here.
A PDS tornado warning continues. Has been upgraded to a PDS tornado warning for K County, Oklahoma.
K County? Okay, wait. Okay, so it would definitely be this. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna need to turn down because I hear a lot of wind.
It's Newkirk.
I hear a lot of wind, so hold up. I need to turn down whoever's in the category.
Oh yeah, very intense looking velocity couplet there.
Alrighty, yeah. We're gonna go down
Wichita
here.
just issued another tornado warning, and we have another tornado on the ground.
Alrighty, yeah. So this is where we're gonna have to start speaking one at a time. We know the drill from yesterday. We know what to do there. But as you can see that embedded hook there as it curls around. That is now a PDS tornado warning. I'm trying to figure out which. Okay, yeah, I found the PDS one. So, Torar now including Silverdale. So Silverdale, you are now officially under the gun for what appears to be a pretty strong tornado on the ground, moving in your direction. Just wanted to mention that all of these warnings are for the same storm here. And the main reason is because there's different weather forecast offices, and they all have to issue their own independent warning. They don't have the authority to issue one giant warning here. So yeah, all these are a part of the same warning here. So yeah, this PDS tornado warning has been issued as a pretty strong tornado is on the ground, moving its way to the northeast at a roughly 40 miles an hour. 40 to 45 miles an hour.
Yeah, they just issued another PDS for that same storm.
Yeah. So yeah, this is a pretty strong tornado. You need to seek shelter. If you're in Silverdale, this looks like it's gonna get dangerously close to you, and mainly areas south as well of Silverdale. This is a confirmed strong tornado on the ground by the National Weather Service and Emergency Management. Get into an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. And if you have a basement, get in the basement. Get a sturdy pair of shoes. Get a helmet. Get a mask. And to just remain in your shelters until the all clear is given. And yeah, we are currently tracking what appears to be a strong tornado making its way towards Silverdale. So seek shelter immediately. Also want to point out there has been a massive extension to that tornado observed all the way back up to the north in Kansas. And yeah, I was right. If you're in that town down there, you're back under the gun for another tornado warning. This time it is an observed tornado on the ground by emergency management. This will be crawling in your direction. Same with Fairview. You're also back under the gun. I'm pretty sure you were near a tornado warning earlier. But yeah, again, if you are in that torage, you can see below. Seek shelter now, and we're gonna go ahead and go back down south to that to the elephant in the room, and that is the PDS tornado warning that we have. You're trying to get live information to you as soon as possible, and also important to mention that we do have that outlook coming out very soon, but our main focus will be on this tornado, and then we can focus on that outlook. So yeah, we are currently tracking.
Alright, we just got a report. Oh, what?
You go ahead because you're talking about a report.
Oh, a report just came out of Knox County, Texas, in Knox City. Report to baseball-sized hail just a little bit ago.
Yeah, baseball-sized hail, and again, that's going to be one of our primary threats on top of the tornado threat, and on top of the flash flooding threat, and on top of the damaging wind threat.
Also, the SPC's new outlook should be out very soon.
Yeah, and again, we can go through that discussion once we have a bit of a calm period, if we get a calm period. But yeah, we will tell you the risk when it comes out, as soon as it comes out. As well as some of the graphics potentially, once we get a calm period.
Currently looking at the newer model runs, and they're starting to show things staying more discreet as they are right now for longer periods of time, which I do not like.
Yeah, so now they have upgraded the Silverdale warning to a PDS now. Yeah, they're officially in a PDS. Before it was just a regular tornado observed, but now it's been upgraded to a PDS, aka particularly dangerous situation, as this tornado is approaching Silverdale. So again, if you're in Silverdale or any areas around Silverdale, you need to seek shelter immediately. Again, if this tornado remains more longer tracked, we could be seeing it's going to Dexter. So yeah, Dexter, you need to keep an eye on this, just in case. If it's remaining more longer tracked, we are now back up to 9 tornado warnings at this current time.
Elizabeth Leitman from the SPC just posted a Twitter little tweet and says that she does not like the sunshine breaking through here at the SPC in central Oklahoma.
So yeah, again, there's that baseball-sized hail report in Knox City. There's a tornado warning now in effect for Knox City. This is the southwest that we were also been paying attention to, going through Knox City and Monday right now. And yeah, that rotation looks like it's really wrapping itself together. So if you're in Knox City and Monday, you need to seek shelter. Vera, even though you're not in it just yet, you also need to pay attention to it. Again, there is also baseball-sized hail falling with that. That is a classic supercell look on that storm in Knox City.
Oh wow, look at that.
And
very pretty dangerous storm there.
Yeah, and just want to quickly mention that the new outlook came out. It is still a moderate risk.
As expected.
Yeah, as expected. But yeah, right now, and again, it says, the only thing I'll note for now is that in the discussion, it says the environment remains favorable for strong and potentially long-track tornadoes. So yeah, they're still believing that there's going to be long-track tornadoes in an environment like this. You can't really blame them. But yeah, that supercell down in Texas, that looks very dominant. Classic supercell look.
That looks very strong. I think that hailing supercell down there in Knox City is gonna do something soon.
Yeah,
I
and
do not like that signature.
yeah, we're going to go back and focus on that here in just a minute. But I just want to say one more time: if you're in Silverdale or areas around, you need to seek shelter now. You have a confirmed tornado heading in your direction, and yeah, and also there's that line of storms that are moving its way through Kansas, southeastern Kansas, for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's been tracked for a while, as forecasted. We also got that Torar right. We got that Torar, and then right behind it, there is another tornado warning right behind it. So if you're in Fairview in those areas, you have a tornado warning right behind it. So you're not going to be in the clear once that passes you. We do get a few reports of damage, mainly tree damage from one of the tornadoes. So again, you do have a tornado right behind it. So again, even when this tornado passes you, you're likely going to still be under the gun momentarily.
Hey, Tyler,
Yeah.
I just read more into their discussion. They said that there's still a little uncertainty, which stopped them from doing higher tornado probs. The SPC actually almost went high risk.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah. Well, some uncertainty. So yeah, that's why they didn't do that.
That's still nuts, though, to even think about.
Yeah. And right now, we are currently tracking that storm that looks very dominant on radar, near Knox City. So if you're in Knox City and Munday, again, you need to seek shelter. Again, it's these kind of storms that later on, as they march into the environment here, those are where we're going to have the most issues. And that rotation on that storm in Knox City is really starting to wrap up right now. So, again, seek shelter. That is a dominant supercell capable of producing a tornado at any moment. And again, we do have several severe thunderstorm warnings. We're actually up to 17 severe thunderstorm warnings. We got a massive one over here. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. There's also a tornado possible on it. It's all the way up here and includes a lot of the areas that were already hit before by severe weather, including Pond Creek, Jefferson, Medford, around that same general area where we had that strong tornado rip near Hillsdale. And we do have some of these supercells that are trying to get together here. And it looks like they could merge later on. I'm not 100% sure, but they could be merging. So we'll see if that will help one of the storms here when that happens. And this would be in the moderate risk, southwest of Oklahoma City.
Oh, wow. They expanded the enhanced risk up to my area.
Wow.
I'm almost in a 30 sig wind. I guess it might get a little windy here tonight.
Yeah, right now that tornado in Knoxville is looking. Knox City is looking.
Yeah, I don't like the look of that storm. Once that gets into even better conditions, this could become our more dominant supercell that we see of the day. I have a feeling that this Knox City supercell is going to be around for a while.
Yeah.
And that Vernon one's also starting to get some more rotation on it too, a little bit. I'm gonna take a look at the upper levels of this.
Yeah, and again we'll be we're gonna go ahead and check out something here. Yeah, and keep in mind, with this storm right here, it is producing baseball-sized tail, and also up to the northeast, it looks like that storm there is trying to curl around again into a hook shape, so that is not good. But it seems like they are dropping the tornado warning actually back down to tornado possible.
Oh, hey, the tornado warning for Over there in Knox, Texas, Knox County, Texas, near Knox City, they have confirmed that there's a tornado moving east at 20 miles per hour.
Weather
on that
spotters
storm.
confirm tornado. So, yep, there's a tornado
Yep.
now on the ground. Seek shelter now if you're in Knox City or Moonday. Again, this looks very dominant on radar. So yeah, a potential. This storm is certainly capable of producing a strong tornado of some kind.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, again, we'll be watching this here on radar, but it's been confirmed down by weather spotters.
Very, very prominent hook feature there.
Yeah.
That's a very classic looking storm. Definitely a storm you do not want to see rolling into such an environment we have today.
Yeah, and right now, yeah, that is the confirmed tornado that is moving east, basically right near Knox City.
I'd also like to note, these are preliminary storm reports from yesterday. There's 106 tornado reports from yesterday. That's a lot. That's actually more than the wind and hail reports combined. To what happened yesterday.
Yeah. And we're going to go back
Definitely a
up
big
here.
severe weather event.
Yeah, we're going to go back up here real quick to this tornado, again, this PDS tornado warning over in Silverdale.
Alrighty. Norman just issued another tornado warning for Garfield, Grant, Kay, and Noble counties until 3:45 p.m. This storm is moving northeast at 80 miles per hour. What the?
Alright, and I just want to point out that one of our chasers is going to Chickasha. That's what they said.
Norman issued a new tornado warning, and the storm's moving at 80 miles an hour.
Oh, yeah, they warned the whole line.
What the?
So normally...
Dang, that thing is moving.
Okay, so normally they issue something this long when they know a line like this is producing tornadoes, but they can't name exactly where. So basically...
Or they can't point... Or they...
Yeah.
Can't pinpoint all the circulations because it could be multiple.
Yeah, it could be multiple. So basically what this warning basically means is that anywhere in this warning there could be a circulation somewhere in there. But we just...
And golf ball size hail.
Yeah, golf ball sized hail. And yeah, that is going to be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. And daylight time, my bad. That'll be moving northeast at 80, like you said. Wow.
That's nuts to think that it's moving at 80.
Yeah, that
Wow.
is very fast moving. And I also want to point out that some of these storms, especially like this one in Stillwater, it looks like it's taking more of a supercell shape as well and wants to try hooking a bit. But I don't know, but it's not rotating yet. But
Tyler, if you look in weather discussion, I really hope nothing stays discreet because look at the VWP that Justin just put in there.
let me look.
That is very conducive for some very intense tornadoes. Long tracked intense tornadoes.
Yeah, that is bad right there. So again, folks, this environment is loaded, and right now we are tracking what appears to be a strong tornado of some kind that's developing near Knox City. According to radar data at this time, that is again, I say it a million times, but like this is a classic supercell.
Also, I would like to note that we have a couple tornado ratings in from yesterday. We got 2 EF0s, 3 EF1s, an EF2, and an EF3 right now. And they think there's been more than one EF3.
Yeah, and again, right now, yeah, you can see right there. Is that... I'm trying to confirm something right now, but again, that looks gnarly right now. So, again, if you're In Knox City, well, at this point, it's right over you. But like if you're anywhere ahead of it, like I mean, if this is more longer tracked, which this is certainly capable of producing a long track tornado, Vera, you need to look out because this thing is coming. This thing is coming right at you. So again, if you're in
I
Vera,
just don't
Texas,
like the look of this storm, man. I don't.
yeah, if you're in Vera, Texas, you need to seek shelter.
And the one to the northeast of it over by Harold is looking interesting. It's got that structure to it. Not very good. Well, I guess I should switch the radar. We have very good structure on it. Its velocity, it's not really rotating too much. Oh, PDS, tornado warning. They just went PDS for Knox City.
Knox City, alrighty.
Yep,
So yep, this
PDS.
is a. And but I just want to point out we are rapidly getting underway because we now have about 11 tornado warnings. But yeah, right now, a PDS tornado warning has been issued for Knox City. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is moving northeast at 25 miles an hour, so this is a slow-moving tornado. Weather spotter confirmed a tornado. Multiple recent reports of a tornado near Knox City. That's from the source right there. So yeah, multiple reports of a tornado in Knox City.
Yep. That's not what you like to hear. Because this storm definitely looks quite intense over
Yeah.
Knox City right now. Man, I really hope Knox City's okay down there, because that velocity couplet's pretty tight and intense.
Yeah, and right now I'm still trying to. Okay, yeah, we are trying to. Yeah, that new velocity scan looks scary.
Yeah, it does.
Oh my god,
I
we just
really
had
don't like it.
massive drop off in tornadoes. We went from 11 to 6 in like 3 seconds.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, but that's probably not going to last long. But like that velocity on Knox City is very, very disturbing.
National Weather Service in Wichita is continuing an observed tornado warning near Hardy over by East Arkansas City. How long's that been going for?
I don't know.
It says it expires in about 15 minutes, so it might have been on the ground for a little while.
And again, like on the upper levels, yeah, on the upper levels, that looks very intense.
Oh,
So-
let me. Oh, whoa! Yes, it does.
Yeah. So again,
It's like glitching the radar out.
yeah. So again, you need to seek shelter. This is a confirmed large tornado. This is, from what we can see on radar, it looks like a strong tornado is on the ground. You need to stay calm and get to shelter. There's going to be over Moon Day, and eventually it looks like it's going to go near Moon Day. Could threaten Vera, and way later down the line, if it's more longer tracked, which it seems like it might be more longer tracked down the road, it could go near Red Springs and potentially Seymour. That's if it's more longer tracked, which this tornado is certainly capable of doing, considering the shape of this beautiful supercell and the environment it's in. And yeah,
All right,
that
the environment. I'm going to note out the environment that this Knox City storm is in. It is in a very isolated pocket of Cape that just reached 5,000 joules per kilogram.
yeah, and we can see how powerful this
That's a
tornado is
lot of
getting.
thunderstorm juice.
You can see how powerful that tornado looks. We are getting about 100 knots on the like getting to the purples on this radar. So again, we do have there's pretty much confirmation that we have a strong tornado developing as it approaches Moon Day at this current time. Again, this is moving northeast at 25 miles an hour, and will be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Central Time.
Oh,
Hello,
wow.
I know we're. Do we have any more information regarding those tornadoes? Before I
Well, right now we
I'm only
have
gonna be
a
here
Oh, that velocity just got extremely powerful. What the?
I am only able to hear for. Hopefully, there's nothing too bad.
We have a very intense tornado on the ground that just passed through Knox City.
Yeah. So again,
I
if you're
want
in,
to say I do. I want to say this real quick. I know we're focused on tornadoes a lot, but I need to say this. So I have the SPC almost actually went high risk on
yeah,
their new
we already
outlook.
covered that. We already covered that.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, but the evolution was the concern. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but
So again,
the SPC and I basically have the same word.
okay.
That's interesting.
That okay. We're kind of again. This is a
I know.
possible.
Go ahead. I'm here
Yeah.
for a few minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, this is a possible. This is a possible intense tornado on the ground. Velocity is going crazy right now, on the right. So again, stay calm. Get to shelter. Get to an interior room. Get to a basement or storm shelter. You have one. Grab a sturdy pair of shoes. Grab a helmet and a mask, and even if you don't get hit, there's a chance that you may lose cell service and lose power as this tornado is rolling right near, as about to could roll right near Moonday.
I gotta say, I'm not seeing much of a CC drop on this storm. However, Texas, not there's some places in Texas that don't have a lot of trees, so this storm
Yeah, this is
could
over
be
open field.
going through rural areas right now without much to really impact. So
Yeah,
don't let
satellite.
that deceive you. There's likely a tornado on the ground with this, as spotters are still confirming a large
Yeah,
tornado.
satellite imagery shows that it's over open fields.
Yeah, that does not surprise me. And the new velocity scans came in, and it is looking to keep intensity be a little bit stronger.
Yeah.
Current gate-to-gate velocities are 121 touching 46.
All right, that's good to know.
That tornado warning in northern Oklahoma is really huge with that cluster of superconductors.
Yeah, and the velocity here is
That's a
going
huge
crazy still, as this is definitely a
Yeah.
I
large
have
tornado.
a big question. I have a big question. It is the tornado warning for the northern Oklahoma one, not the one entering Kansas, but the other big one. Is that for the whole cluster? Are there multiple rotations, or is it just
No,
That's
these
a
are
huge
all just
one.
discrete supercells.
And then we got a cluster, a small MCS forming Kansas. That's the other tornado warning in Kansas. They got an 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm too. I think that's with that cluster. I will check real quick. They do.
That cluster is
Uh-huh.
also moving at 80 miles an hour.
That's
Yeah, that is a very strong tornado
And real
in
quick,
progress.
Tyler, new mesoscale discussion. This is actually important to read. A potential for an intense tornado with one of the two supercells found south of Texas.
Alright.
Yeah, and again, this is a dangerous situation. You need to seek shelter, as is a dangerous situation.
Just
You're-
want to let you know, half of the moderate has not been reached. So we have a dangerous day.
I would like to note also that this mesoscale discussion is specifically for these two supercells in Texas right now. The current PDS and the one to the north east of this one, as they're saying that they could be potentially long-lived supercells capable of producing intense tornadoes over their lifespan.
Yeah, and then we're gonna. Okay, so really quickly, I'm just gonna go ahead and check out the other tornadoes real quick.
Also, heads up, there is a tornado warning that is currently aimed at Independence, Kansas.
And
And
dependence.
also, I do want to, for everybody under this moderate risk, and make a quick update for all the other people. The SIG wind risk is all the way to Des Moines. They have
Yeah.
expanded that like a mother F.
I'm almost in it, Tristan.
Yep. So we have a huge problem with the line tonight. If that thing, I on.
Hey, Tristan, isn't
Yeah.
your mom in Independence?
Okay, so again, we have that tornado warning that is moving towards Cedarville, and Hurwinds moving due east at 35 miles an hour, in effect till 4 o'clock p.m. Right now, we also have that we have another one of these tornado warnings up here. I think this is like one of the storms that one of the more discreet storms, if I remember correctly, that we're forming up here. But yeah, this is north of Stillwater, moving north at 45 miles an hour, and in fact until 4 o'clock p.m. Central Time, moving towards Summer and Morrison. So if you're in that area, you need to seek shelter. We also still got those tornado warnings up here, and of course the elephant in the room, this major tornado that's on the ground.
Triple R was completely wrong. It did a bunch of clusters. We have more discrete supercells firing than what was expected.
So basically,
Worst
even though the mesoscale evolution is so known, it's still it's a
At Earth Central.
Yeah.
Do you want to reply?
Yes.
And then you got that the tornado
What's the
still on the
message?
ground near Monday right now.
Currently in Bartlesville, Oklahoma, waiting for the line to arrive.
I got Korean Bartlesville, Oklahoma, waiting for the line to arrive. Ready to send it?
Yes. Oh my god.
Okay, it's sent.
Okay. That was just weird. Okay, so first I said Caroline Bartlesville, and then Korean Bartlesville. What? It's weird.
National Weather Service in Tulsa just issued a tornado warning. Smith thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 5 miles northwest of Lake McMurdy, moving north at 40 miles per hour.
Yeah,
Again,
and again,
like
we
we
got
talked
those
about yesterday.
warnings. By the way, we got that warning near Stillwater still.
Like I wanted to say real quick, this kind of reminds me of yesterday, how we had a cluster of supercells in a nice little mesoscale like fashion. That really, I'm wondering if the supercells are in the right position. That goes. If that goes brief MCS, I wonder how many rotations there must be having.
I'm
one
getting
time
it
that
to the
cluster.
north to get to that tornado warning before it gets to Independence.
That's a good idea. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Because it's not only a danger to you, to your family, it's a threat to my family too.
Yep, that's why I was worried about. I stayed up until 6 a.m. About
Okay, we do have confirmation. We have at least 22 injuries from yesterday's event, and currently no deaths at this time.
That's good.
Let's keep it that way, people.
Let's keep it that way.
National Weather Service did a
We
phenomenal
need more
job
firsts out of this
yesterday.
thing. Yes.
The abundance of early, very time warnings of at least 30 minutes in advance from the National Weather Services in Des Moines and Omaha, they did exceptionally well yesterday, and I thank them very much.
Green,
Well,
green,
let's hope
green,
today is
come on.
let's hope today is as good. Today might be worse, especially with multiple threats.
And
I
again, you
hope
got that
everybody
tornado
today
heading
is
near
okay.
Monday.
Yeah.
Boy.
You okay over there, Gustavo?
My body decided to go get all stretchy.
Oh.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
stretch.
I mean, to be fair, you've been busy. You've been busy all night and all of yesterday
know.
chasing tornadoes, driving home to
And I
Joplin,
was
and then
busy this morning dealing with frickin' fish and farm stuff.
yeah.
I have a very bad suspicion that cluster to the north just made our outflow bound. Supercells are having fun down south. I think I have a weird feeling. I think it's really starting now. I think we're starting.
Traffic. Gotta beat a tornado.
Is that a comma head feature? Is that a comma head feature on the north side of the cluster?
National Weather Service in Wichita just issued another tornado warning for the Dexter storm. It's currently 13 miles west of Cedarville. moving
Stillwater's on the
northeast at
ground.
35
Stillwater's on
miles
the
an
ground.
hour.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Stillwater's on the ground via image.
Wait, where?
Stillwater, Oklahoma. there's a subvort on
shoot.
that. This could be bad. Hold up.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, hold up. That's still water. Can't share the image because I don't know where it's from, but it looks like a tornado. It looks like a decently sized tornado of a subvort on the right of the image. So we do have a possible tornado on the ground here.
All right. I'm setting the
Also, I'd like to
destination
note from the
Independence,
Knox City
Kansas,
tornado,
United States.
so there is a damage report. All that they're saying right now is that there's power lines down on the road.
Yeah, power lines down.
So you said
Why you gotta have
Stillwater?
Why does every city gotta have horribly planned road construction? My gosh.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, look. Okay, so it looks like on the new image, oh my God. Okay, yeah. Okay, new image shows that tornado is still on the ground. I'm gonna go ahead and
Where is Stillwater? Oh, shoot, that's bad.
yeah, Stillwater, Oklahoma.
That's Stillwater, Oklahoma, right?
God. Okay, seriously.
Oh my God, northern Oklahoma, new flash flood warning. I'm not surprised. That clusters are training track like hell.
Yeah, but our main focus right now, I know, like, the flash flood warnings are going to be a theme today, but right now, tornadoes.
I know they're second priority to the tornadoes on the ground. I know, but
yeah, again, especially
Especially
how
with the
we
way
have a
these are
live
acting.
view of a tornado on the ground west of Morrison.
Oh, it's that one. I found Stillwater.
A
Oh,
lot of
yeah, I
super
see
stuff.
that. A small little tight rotation there, yeah, I see it.
Yeah, so that is currently on the ground via weather spotters. So seek shelter immediately.
Thankfully, it's not lifting any debris, so that's good.
Yeah, so yeah,
As of
seek
right now.
shelter
Yeah,
though.
Texas.
Seek shelter though if you're ahead of this.
Y'all want to look? That's super though. Not fun. So. That's Supercell. in
I
Northern
would
Texas.
like to say, boys, we are officially now in a neutral ENSO phase. Equatorial Pacific waters have cooled to 0.5 Celsius.
So we have
What
two
that-
PPS.
What that means for the tornado season is that May could be very active.
Yeah.
So,
Yay!
We'll see about that. We got two PPS situations. And
Seriously?
another area of that was within a line. Wait, the new one for Stillwater.
Wichita corrected their tornado warning and says that the tornado by Cedar Vale is still on the ground, which is the Dexter storm.
Yeah,
towards
there was a
Independence.
funnel cloud
The
report very
storm in,
recently. Oh, yep,
Noble
there we go.
County.
They went tornado observed at the tornado north of Stillwater.
Yeah.
Weather spotter confirmed tornado.
Wait, is the one heading for Independence observed too?
Let me see. No, not that one. It's the other one.
No. Well. Okay.
But that's a scary feature right there when I'm seeing stuff. That cluster.
And right now we're gonna be tracking this here as a and
What scares me is that most of the moderate from Oklahoma City all the way to the east has not been touched at all. It's
Yeah.
scary. If this is what the clusters are like, what are the screens? I really hope.
I just realized the cape in my area is 3,000.
Really hope. First of all, I hope people get.
Norman is continuing the PDS tornado warning for Knox County, Texas until 3:45 p.m.
If this is more longer tracked, by the way, this could go up to Poncha City. So yeah, if you're in Poncha City, stay weather aware for this tornado.
And the tornado has slowed from its 35 to 25 miles per hour.
Wow.
I'm gonna post some of the warnings that we need to focus on that are not tornado warning coverage.
Small tornado has been reported by a fire department rescue just south of Dexter.
Dexter?
Yep. In Cowley County, Kansas.
I think I know where.
That's the
yeah,
one heading
Dexter.
for Independence, or is that?
That's the one moving northeast. The Independence one's the one moving east.
Pink Fluffy Tornado Unicorn said, at coverage team, new flash flood warning in
Wichita
southeast
just
Nebraska.
issued a PDS
Do you
tornado
want to
warning.
reply?
PDS, alrighty. Real quick, I just want to point out that this tornado that's still
Okay.
PDS Torard, this one it will be moving close to Vera. Moonday, this should remain just northwest of you. And Knox City, you are in the clear. This tornado is now gone. And then we're now going to go to that PDS Torrar.
It is observed and it's right over Dexter right now. They say a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located over Dexter, moving at 30 miles an hour to the northeast.
Yeah, and again, right now, yeah, you can see that where that rotation would be, moving northeast. That is pretty powerful rotation as it moves into Dexter.
Mm-hmm. Not a good situation for Dexter.
I'm turning on screen share and showing my radar.
Alrighty.
I just hope it's calibrated.
Oh, you're already over there.
Yeah.
I thought you were still like near freaking Tulsa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I knew what I was doing.
Yeah. Yeah. Right now, that's gonna be moving. That's gonna be moving for Dexter.
6 miles southwest of Morrison in Payne County, Oklahoma, law enforcement reported a tornado 1 mile west of US 177, just 1 mile south of Noble County line there in Oklahoma.
Yeah, and again, there's that. What we were looking at is that PDS Torrar over Dexter. We also got one in Texas.
I gotta go, Julia. We got cows.
And right now, one of
Pink
Earth
Fluffy Tornado
Central.
Unicorn said, at coverage team, shear went from 125 to 210 SRH at 0 to 500 meters in literally 2 hours. Very huge shear boost for tornado potential. Worried about tonight, frowning face. Do you want to reply?
No.
Yeah, and right now, Earth Central is located in Bartlesville right now, moving north to these 2 tornado warnings up here. And it looks like that is a pretty strong tornado.
I agree. Currently have 200 SRH in the area. I'm not SRH, Ape, which is kind of a little tornado cheat code up there. So they got plenty of 3 Cape up there for tornado development. That'll really help with tornadoes.
Yeah, and right now we're going to be obviously tracking this for a while. We also got that tornado still north of Stillwater that will be making its way to the north, basically paralleling the highway, following it up to Poncha City if it makes it that far. Yeah, right now, right over Dexter, right now. And that is very powerful rotation that we're seeing. Which is a confirmed large tornado. Again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now.
We have another report coming out of Knox City. Trees uprooted or snapped, and possibly a roof blown off.
And I'm also going to confirm that the tornado in Stillwater was a large tornado.
Yep.
3 miles north of Stillwater.
Man, it looks like sunset, but it's not. It's weird.
Again, giving you a wide shot. Giving you a wide shot of everything that's happening right now. A couple of observed tornado warnings.
0.160
A few regular tornado
Confidence
warnings.
continues to be high in just lost weather for portions of east central Oklahoma with higher end rainfall totals Saturday beginning late this evening into Saturday night. Therefore, a small high risk was introduced for locations east of OKC along I-40, but higher end rainfall totals 5 to 10 inch 24-hour total, and flash flooding is also expected from the Red River Valley into portions of northeastern Oklahoma as well. At coverage team flooding reads. You want to reply?
No.
And what you heard in the background is about that flash flooding, which again we do have that high risk for, and that's something that's going to be an issue as we're having multiple rounds of this. So again, right now that tornado, the rotation seems to be weakening a tiny bit,
Sorry.
but again it's still PDS Torard, so seek shelter immediately. And
I
now
would like to announce that
another
the
tornado
tornado over there by Moon Day is losing its steam and is likely no longer on the ground.
all right,
at
so
this
we
time.
got a yeah, and as one begins to die out, another one's popping up. There's a new tornado warning southwest of El Reno, Oklahoma, where we have that rotation starting to form. This storm is pretty discreet. This is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour for a tornado and golf ball sized tail. Will be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central.
I don't like where that formed. It's got a very good environment to sustain itself.
Yeah, and we'll have a good
And it's got a
environment for a
very
while.
nice looking structure to it.
Yeah, and we'll certainly have a good environment for a
Yeah.
while. So we'll be keeping our eye on this storm as it approaches the interstate. Main towns so far included are Eakly, Binger, Lukabia, and Hinton. See that rotation just southwest of Eakly. Or Eaky.
The National Weather Service in Norman just issued another PDS tornado warning for Baylor and Knox counties in Texas until 4:30. I guess the National Weather Service in Norman still thinks that the tornado is on the ground over there by Moon Day.
Over by Moon Day.
Also, Dex no longer PDS.
Yeah, but there's still rotation there, so remain in your shelters.
Oh, I
Why am
think
I
I see
zooming
what's
at like
going
90 at the fucking highway? What the fuck am I doing?
I think the National Weather Service in Norman sees that the storm is cycling and is definitely playing it on the safe side on issuing another PDS because they think that it's going to produce another potentially intense tornado. That's
Yeah.
very smart by the National Weather Service,
With
actually.
with how that supercell looks, I won't be surprised if it does.
Yeah, and it's nature too and past.
Any updates on the cell that's heading for Independence?
The one that's headed towards Independence really looks very lackluster in intensity at this time.
Yeah. And right now, yeah, you can see that hook on the radar there. Hot Springs and Seymour, well, part of Seymour is now under the warning. So yeah, seek shelter if you're there. This tornado does have a history of producing an intense tornado. And also something to point out is that the Harold Severe Thunderstorm Warning, which is northeast, is also trying to hook as well into a tornado. But velocity does not
Which
show
is not
rotation
good.
yet. Yeah, but again, radar does not show velocity yet, but that is not a good sign.
I gotta go, Julia. We got candles. Pink Fluffy Tornado Unicorn says, I've coverage a new tornado warning west of OKC and west of Oklahoma. Do you want to reply?
No.
All right.
Yeah, right now that rotation is basically on top of Eakley. That could be, yeah, that could produce something, if it can manage to become even more tornadic.
There is a supercell, West Central Oklahoma. Yes, one of the classic hooks of the day.
Yep.
I'm watching that. Uh-oh.
Currently watching that at this time, along with the newly issued PDS tornado warning over there, and that they're continuing.
Yeah, right now we're, I'm gonna go in and give you a zoomed out view of everything that's happening so far. They have actually issued a tornado warning for that, hook feature I was talking about.
Oh, the Herald one?
Yeah, Harold.
Yeah,
just
that
popped
looks
up.
very interesting.
Yeah, that one. I think that one was tornadic in the past. So.
I don't like the environment it's moving into as well.
Yeah,
It's moving into a very conducive environment.
Yeah,
You also got a new tornado
track it
warning for parts of Texas.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah, I think it's the one that I was just calling out. But like, yeah, like if you like track it, like again, like very long track. This could go for Oklahoma City, Chickasha, and all that. It's going right for the biggest environment. So yeah, this is definitely the most worrisome cell that we are watching very closely over the next few hours as it marches its way through Oklahoma.
All of these cells, they're cracked.
And
And if I can tell by the radar, it's already producing one of those signatures where a tornado might be starting its genesis.
This is moving northeast at 25 miles an hour.
Oh, I just realized something. There is a safari park in the path of the Independence, of the tornado warning that is heading for Independence. There
An
is a
RV
safari.
park?
Okay, this
Like,
is moving.
you know, animals like lions,
Oh.
tigers, bears.
Oh,
This is moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Will remain in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Time. Again, this is a very concerning cell because long term. Okay, we're looking at long term of the cell. It could be going for the biggest environment, the most intense environment that we have seen, and as well as major metropolitan areas. So that is something we'll be taking a close eye on throughout the next few hours. All right, let's head back in.
Let's go. 65? Fuck yes, I'll do that.
That's a blessing in disguise of what is happening. At least for me. I just realized that because of the complex up to the north, some of the messy, it looks like that,
So looks
if
like
those tornado warnings get,
okay.
if those tornado warnings get
Okay,
get
so I
dropped,
just want to point this out, like, is this is kind of a bit important. Looks like that this storm near Red Springs, aka the one that went through Knox City, performed a meso handoff. So yeah, and so it handed off the it handed off the rotation to another rotation pretty much. And now this new one is forming just southwest of Red Springs. So if you're southwest of Red Springs, take cover.
That's one thing for independent Kansas. That's
So at 165, I'll be booking it west. Maybe.
I just got an aircraft sound from Oklahoma City.
Go ahead.
Oh, Angels just posted it on coverage, but all I gotta say is, oh my god, look at that hodo. Oh. If those supercells get to that environment,
Yeah, again.
that's the El Reno. That's that supercell.
Okay. Basically, right now the frame, the time frame provided by the National Weather Service for the tornadoes has already begun about 49 minutes ago. We are expected to be in this period over the rest of the afternoon into the evening hours.
And maybe a little later because we still have more
Yeah, a little bit
supercells,
over
and we don't know what the mesoscale of the upscale will be.
And again,
Might be.
we're projected to be live for a while. This could be our longest stream that we've ever done so far on the channel, because we plan to be live for every hour of this outbreak, of this potential outbreak.
And we also got the potential for stuff tomorrow.
Yeah. But currently,
Thankfully, not as bad.
yeah. So I don't think we're gonna be live tomorrow unless something crazy happens.
Like a surprise 10%, 10 hashed 4.
Or just like a tornado, like a significant tornado.
Yeah. Because
Okay.
I'm not ruling out the possibility of a 10 hash being in.
NATO cast downgraded from their 60% to a 30%. Much more realistic now.
Yep.
Especially if the clusters are already producing decent tornadoes. Having there was a funnel cloud from the National Weather Service in Des Moines from Warren County, Iowa. When was this? This was 2 minutes ago. Public reports a funnel cloud. Funnel cloud near Mayo.
Whoa!
It's
That
in
time I
Iowa.
was close for comfort.
Yo, guys, I'm almost in a mesoscale discussion. They say watch extensions or new watches may be necessary later.
Again,
Yeah, a new funnel cloud though.
and what you're looking at on your screen right now is the supercell to the northeast, near Harold. That's something we're gonna be watching long term. But also, right now to the southwest, a rotation is redeveloping after performing what's called a meso handoff. And that's starting to show a hook echo again as it gets near Seymour and Red Springs. So again, so basically it's cycling right now, and I think it's nearly done cycling, so you need to seek shelter.
So again, any updates on the Arkansas City, the one that's in between Arkansas City and Independence, Kansas?
Still not looking very conducive.
It is
Yeah.
becoming a comet.
But chasers don't
It
want
appears to be
heads.
what
They
appears to be a
want
possible.
tornadoes.
Yeah, but comet heads can do pretty intense tornadoes.
I think the Dexter storm kind of zapped the energy from the cedar veils.
Yeah, that's what I was
That's good.
thinking.
That's good. I would rather.
Right now, it looks like the
So where should I be targeted?
for the Eakley storm, it looks like it is struggling. Based off rotation. Wait, let me check the other radar because I was checking this radar. But let me double check because I think it is struggling right now, which hopefully it stays that way. But let me check the other radar. Okay, never mind, it's still there. But like from the Lawton radar, it's still actually, yeah, that looks pretty powerful. We got some tightening rotation.
There's an isolated The isolated supercell in Des Moines. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, but right now our focus is definitely on this one here in northeast of Eakley, as well as the storms in Texas, where we have a now tightening rotation developing at this current time.
National Weather
might
Service
be-
Norman continues tornado warning over there in Wichita and Wilburger County for an
Torah.
observed tornado that is on the ground.
Tornado confirmed for Harold. Damaging tornado.
Yep.
Weather spotter confirmed tornado moving northeast at only 15 miles an hour.
That is a very slow moving tornado.
Yeah, that is a very
would
slow
rather it-
moving tornado. So
what?
we're going to be tracking this. If it's at the end of that hook there, this will be going right near Harold. So if you're in Harold, seek shelter now. You got a tornado heading in your direction.
Oh dear Lord, this is not what we want to see right now. By what's going on? That's
Okay,
not
let's
good at
see.
all.
It does look like the 18Z soundings
Important
are
tornado
out.
uniform
So.
set.
take a look
Mesoscale
at that.
precipitation discussion 0184. NWS Weather Prediction Center College Park, the 1500. 4:52 p.m. EDT, Saturday, April 27, 2024. Areas affected.
So yeah, right now we could have a strong rotation heading into Red Springs at this current time. If you are in Red Springs, it is highly recommended that you seek shelter immediately. Very highly recommended that you do. We're trying to get something right now.
Okay, so it looks like all the chasers are leaving this storm now, so that's a thing.
And by the way, I just want to
But
let you know that
now
we could
it's
have
like
we could have a pretty powerful tornado developing near Red Springs,
Where's
Is that
that?
the
Texas.
Herald one?
Texas.
Texas.
That,
Are you gonna turn
that
green?
Herald circulation's getting a little strong there. I do not like that.
Again, it looks like that is rapidly hooking around, and that looks like very powerful rotation about to go through Red Springs. So yes, it has recycled, and it could touch down at any moment, pretty much.
I just want to let y'all know that I'm looking at the discussion for the weather predictions. It's not because of the flooding. The boundary position of the MCS may have just helped our supercell potential. It may have.
And right now we have that yeah, right now we are tracking this tornado that could be developing near Red Springs. That's going to be where we're going to be focused right now. Waiting for it to load. Let me take a look. Okay, we're gonna take a look at this rotation near Eakley, as the rotation is redeveloping near Red Springs and looks pretty intense.
Yeah, that Eagly storm looks to be in the best environment if you want to see a long track intense tornado.
Yeah, that looks at it. It's on an undisturbed environment. This will be going near Bridgeport and Huntington, and this will eventually cross
Hold
the
on, I think I
interstate.
got a flat.
And Gary is near it as well.
And I can't even get out to check to see if I have a flat because there's so much traffic.
Important to mention that one of our chasers is near Chickasha.
Hey, Tristan.
So any tornadoes that go there, we'll have a chaser down there.
Tristan.
Hopefully. If I'm not
Check
feeling...
weather discussion. I mean, weather coverage. Yeah.
Nope, I'm not dealing with the flat. Okay, the cars are
And
being
then, again, that looks
Yeah.
like a very powerful circulation is trying to redevelop over Hot Springs at this current time. If you're, I mean, not Hot Springs, Red Springs. If you're in Red Springs, take cover now.
Okay, guess I'm not dealing with the flat. I'm good.
Good.
I guess I probably just had a rock stuck in the tread. That probably.
Alright, we just got an M-Ping report coming out of the Knox City area. I would take this with a grain of salt. I have no idea if this happened. I mean, yes, it was an intense tornado, but it says homes/buildings completely destroyed.
Yeah, that is a very,
I thought they
very
dropped
disturbing
the tour,
report.
but they
Again,
changed
Red
the path of
Springs.
it.
Red Springs looks really, really powerful at this current time.
Are we gonna have a merger in Kansas near Independence?
We have another supercell developing behind the storm over there by behind the PDS tour. We have to keep an eye on that too.
Yep.
That embedded super cylinder independence looks better. My anxiety's
And they changed the path of it. It appears that it's now gonna spare Independence. But Fredonia,
if it does a right hook, you're gonna jinx everything.
it might try to merge with the other one.
I hope it does that. Well, I don't hope it does that, but in terms of my mom, I hope it does that and then dodges north.
Right now, that rotation
you
near
get a
Red Springs
merger.
looks very disturbing
I'm
and
going
looks
to Oak
very
Valley.
powerful. You
Oak
need to
Valley,
get to
Kansas.
shelter. You might only have less than 3 minutes to get to cover.
Got it. I'm setting your destination to Oak Valley.
Which one is the Oak Springs?
Red Springs. It's the same one that produced the Knox City
Red Springs?
tornado. It's like really
Oh, okay, it's
strong.
the PDS. Oh yeah, I see that. I'm looking
Yeah,
at that.
no
yeah.
longer PDS,
I
but
see
they
what you're
might
talking about.
issue another if this
Okay,
keeps
that's probably
trending.
the road.
Possible. Okay, yeah, that debris is very. I mean that rotation is very tight. There is
Yeah,
not a strong tornado already down. There is about to be.
On radar
I'm
scope,
going
it's still
to
showing PDS for me.
Yeah. And I'm now going to Oak Valley, Kansas to get out ahead of this. Because now that I changed path, I gotta change path with it.
I got a very alarming SPC message now.
Right now, I don't think it's the time to read that out loud in full because we got a tornado, a strong tornado that is potentially ripping through Red Springs right now. If you're in Red Springs, you gotta get to cover right now. You might have less than 1 minute to get to cover. This is gonna be on your doorstep, like right now.
Looks like I'm sacrificing pavement real quick, but I'll be fine. Oh.
This is a particularly.
PDS tornado warning continues for Baylor and Knox counties.
Jesus Christ, super So
The storm is moving at 25 miles per hour with a large and extremely dangerous tornado near Red Springs right now. Large and extremely dangerous tornado confirmed on the ground.
Yep.
is that the one in Vernon?
Oh, it is a
It's
PDS.
the one
so,
over.
so yeah, it is a PDS. For some reason, my GR2 is making it color like a tornado warning, regular tornado warning.
Oh, that's
Huh.
the very super cell south. That's the very mature. Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, this is a very powerful storm and tornado that's moving through Red Springs. This is pretty much directly
What
on your
direction is
doorstep.
it?
This is directly on your
Which
doorstep.
direction is it?
Moving
This
northeast.
tornado is currently moving to the northeast at about 25 miles per hour.
That system is gonna have an environment for such a good to know. So that means that would be one of our super cells and tornado basically all day.
Yeah, and again,
Even when
there's
it
that
upscales.
tornado that's apparently PDS Tor R. And that's going to be right on top of Red Springs. And right now, this is pretty much directly on your doorstep. So, you need to run and not walk to shelter.
You book it.
Yeah, you need to book it to shelter, like Earth Central said.
And avoid overpasses.
Yeah,
Yeah, do not go under overpasses. That acts as a wind tunnel, and you can be sucked right out of there very easily.
Or dismembered.
again, this
Or
will
debris.
remain just west of Seymour. Vera and Moonday, you are in the clear. You have been in the clear. And then, but for Red Springs and areas northeast and the rural areas, you need to seek shelter now.
Nothing.
Yeah, there's two tornado warnings that, oh my god, the Kansas cell, that Kansas embedded supercell, that just knew what it did emerge with.
Why do you think I'm going to Oak Valley?
On the NWS radar, it looked very intense. I don't know
Norman
about your
has issued
radar.
new tornado warning for K County, Oklahoma. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 6 miles east of Chillico, moving east at 35.
Oh my god, the one near Harold, Texas, also very classic. We might have a tornado on the ground near Harold,
National
Texas.
Weather Service, Kansas City area, in Ravenwood, Missouri. At 4:04 p.m., public reported a lightning strike hit a church steeple and set it on fire.
Yeah.
Well,
we have
that's
lightning too. I
unfortunate.
forgot about that.
Yeah, right now, again, we are...
Oh boy.
What are you doing? Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Paul. My way.
Yeah, again,
Looks like the clusters are moving out of Oklahoma, which is not good because there's more room that discrete supercells can roam
Yeah,
around.
especially these two Texas storms eventually later.
Yeah.
Norman did a special sounding at 1950. I don't know.
Yep. Yeah.
So, am I going on to a good cell or no?
Which one near Kansas? Because that one is very
Yeah.
If
did
you're
a
gonna get
very
anything good, if you're gonna get anything good, I think it's gonna be in Oklahoma later.
Yeah.
And also the
Okay,
models
so
has
I'll go back and look
has
for it.
under the
Underdeveloped the convection, well, overdid convection actually. There's more discrete supercells than what was expected.
and the shear is a lot worse because it's
Yeah.
300 0 to 5.
Okay, hold up.
Sorry.
Hold up. Yeah, that
Yeah.
the Huntington storm is trying to redevelop. It's now pretty tight rotation. New tornado warning extended as I was talking there. Now includes western El Reno and Courant. that is moving
So
northeast.
you're saying I should cross the border to the south?
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Yeah, that's moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Moving, and it will be in effect until 5 o'clock p.m.
I would like to note with that same storm you were just talking about, rotating wall cloud is located just west-southwest from Hinton, quickly organizing. It attempted a
Alright,
brief
I'm
funnel
sending you
10 minutes ago,
destinations
too.
info.
So yeah, this is something that you need to seek shelter. I mean, this is
Stop,
in a
no.
very loaded environment, and this is very discreet.
And it is starting to turn more right, which is not
Alright,
good
I'm
because
sending you
normally when a
destinations
storm
to
turns
Galveston,
more right, it
Oklahoma,
begins to
United States.
intensify. Very bad sign here with this storm.
Yeah.
Wichita just issued another tornado warning over there east of Chillicothe, and just 8 miles southeast of Arkansas City. It's moving northeast of 45.
That- oh,
So now I'm making the trek back to Bartersville.
okay, look. Oh my god, the cluster in Northern Oklahoma. A lot of calm ahead.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see some 70 to been up tornadoes over there. There's also a supercell apparently.
We also got the tornado near Hot Springs. It just crossed through. There might be, I think that might be a TDS signature.
Wow, that supercell in Texas is very dominant, right? Yeah, everything.
Yeah, and again, this is moving northeast. They're probably gonna issue another massive warning here. This is gonna be moving just northwest of Mabel, and then
I just
after
wanna
that's
say
gonna
this real
remain
quick.
over the
If you're
rural
near-
areas until it gets near the Oklahoma-Texas border, where it could be dangerously close to northwestern Wichita Falls and areas north.
If you are near Hilton in Oklahoma, I really do suggest you take cover. That cell is in western Oklahoma by itself. Nothing to stop it. It
1
looks
mile
very.
south of Arkansas City in Cowley County, Kansas. Emergency manager reported rainfall of 1.59 inches from the storm that passed through.
Was that one storm or a cluster?
I think it was just the one storm.
New tornado
Norman-
warning for the Oklahoma.
Norman
Kansas
has
border.
canceled the tornado warning for Kay County, Oklahoma.
The one east of Arkansas City. That's also a supercell. Got calm ahead.
Yeah, it looks like that rotation is now struggling, but again, for the people in Hinton, this is this is in a prime environment, so you can rapidly spin back up.
Yeah.
If you are near Hinton, Oklahoma, you need to take cover now.
Oh, that PDS
Skywarn
tornado warning
confirmed the
in
tornado,
Texas.
helicopter, and newscast.
That
Okay,
PDS
let's calm
tornado
down
warning
a bit,
down
Tristan.
there, and the tornado warning down there in Texas, that PDS, that velocity couple is starting to get really intense.
Y'all need to see. They actually wow. There it is. There's dust spinning around the bottom. Yep, take cover now.
The PDS tornado warning says that an extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground, also with baseball-sized hail. So
Tornado
in addition
down
to a
in
tornado,
near
you'll be
Seymour,
dealing with
Texas.
baseball-sized hail.
Tornado down near Seymour, Texas.
We got some very bad news. The
Tornado
National Weather
warning.
Service.
Link to Twitter at coverage team. Do you want to reply?
No.
We got very bad news. The radios in Norman, Oklahoma are experiencing delays in their warning. They're having issues.
Alright.
No.
So again, yeah, right now tornado
Oh, dear
developing
Lord.
right now live from Hinton, Oklahoma. We can't share it because it's a news coverage, but again, that is a tornado developing in Highton. You need to seek shelter now. That is trying to develop an even more powerful rotation at this time. And again, that is in the most loaded environment that a storm has been in so far. And then later, we have more storms to worry about. And this is where, around this time and over the next few hours, where we're going to have that significant long track tornado threat. And again, that storm here near Red Springs is, yeah, that is very, very intense. That were very intense signatures northwest of Seymour. That is on the ground via multiple photos. This will remain over rural areas. So if you're in the rural areas of northwestern Seymour and northwestern Mabel, you need to seek shelter immediately. This is a confirmed large and destructive tornado on the ground that has a history of producing intense tornadoes. And then also we got this one over here that's starting to touch down. And this is the Eakley storm, I'm pretty sure. Let me make sure. Yep, that is. And that's going to be moving over Hinton. Might move just a little bit north. And it will eventually cross the interstate. And currently we are now up to 10 tornado warnings at this current time. I'm assuming one of them is going to be the extension of that current warning. And yes, that is. So yeah, this new warning does include Mabel, which goes south to the radar site. That does include Mabel.
The new PDS tornado warning
yeah,
was
that is a
issued.
PDS tornado warning. That is not a shocker considering what we are picking up on the radar. So again, this will remain mostly over rural areas. But again, if you're in the rural areas northwest and northeast of Mabel, you need to seek shelter as a confirmed large and destructive tornado has been confirmed on the ground that went near or ripped through Red Springs and also produced a strong tornado earlier in its track that ripped through Knox City. We also got a handful of tornadoes in southern Kansas as well, but none of them are observed.
This tornado has been on the ground for roughly 30 miles, and they say it could be on the ground for another 40 miles, given the BDS one.
Yeah. You're currently...
It's definitely a long-tracked, intense tornado.
Apparently a wedge tornado is confirmed on the ground in, near Seymour, Texas. So again, a large tornado...
Chasers and newscast. That's Oklahoma confirmed either a brief touchdown or a complete touchdown. Because some are saying recycle, some of them saying but clearly we had a tornado that brief.
Okay, yeah, I have to cut you off there because again, we have a potentially strong tornado developing northwest of Seymour, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour, so it's picked up in speed a bit. This will last until 5 o'clock Central Time. And new photos
Very intense couplet developing.
Yeah, photos indicate that this is a wedge tornado on the ground. This is near Mabel, and I think it will remain just northwest of Mabel. But like, I know there's farmsteads out here. If you're any of those farmsteads or anywhere pretty much in this warning, you need to seek shelter now, as is a confirmed large and destructive tornado by not only weather spotters, but also Doppler radar.
National Weather Service in Norman continues the PDS tornado warning, canceling Knox County and continuing for Baylor County until 4:30.
Yeah, and again, we also do have, I do have a unconfirmed report of damage near Red Springs. Still trying to confirm that report.
We got a new tornado warning that's observed for Henry, Harrison County, Missouri. A confirmed tornado was located near Albany, east at 30 miles an hour.
What state again?
Missouri.
Missouri. So this will be all the way up here. We're gonna go to this warning. It'll be all the way up here. Yep, and there we go. It just popped up. So we got another tornado observed. Law enforcement confirmed tornado near Albany. Currently, this is kind of in a radar dead zone. Where, depending on the radar it put me in. Yeah, this is in a radar dead zone, but you can see the rotation, regardless, developing there at the end of the hook echo, just east of Gentry. And this will remain mostly over rural areas as well, staying just south of Denver and staying just north of Albany, Missouri, moving to the northeast. If this is more longer tracked, then this could go for the interstate and possibly Ridgeway. So, if you're on the interstate,
Petrosky, gesture of the tornado. A large, violent tornado is on the ground west of Seymour, Texas. It is a wedge. I found a picture. It is a wedge.
Alrighty, and we'll go back down there in just a second. But again, we do have this tornado here that is threatening. We're gonna go and play back the radar. Again, this will likely remain near Denver. And again, this will be this is more longer track. It looks like it's actually curving more to the north, which makes me think I think it's actually starting to occlude a bit. So again, if you're in Denver, since the occluding tornadoes kind of curve, I would actually get to shelter just in case, because it's starting to occlude, based on what I'm being told as well. But yeah, we're gonna bounce back down to Texas, where we have that large but potentially intense tornado on the ground. We're gonna wait for the radars to load here. You're waiting for the radar to load here, so please stand by. By the way, we're back up to 10 tornado warnings.
National Reserve Norman just issued another tornado warning. Wichita and Wilbur are the counties.
Alrighty, and yeah.
Northeast Harold moving northeast at 30.
Okay.
So that's the one near Vernon. That's the other indication the impressive. So.
Okay, so this tornado is northwest of Seymour, still northwest of Seymour. Again, this is on the slow moving side of things. And it's
thank God.
Yeah, and it's a wedge tornado, mainly over the rural areas of Texas right now. Will likely remain over rural areas for a very, very long time. Right now, it seems to be, on the recent radar scan, it seems to be weakening a tiny bit. Just north of Seymour now. And yeah, there's that other tornado warning that is an extension of the Harold tornado, not observed. So yeah, this storm is now starting to enter into Oklahoma, and then eventually it will go into a more favorable environment where it could really get going. So that's something we got to keep an eye on as it moves to the northeast. And again, we're just waiting for more information. Yeah, and there's the new radar scan. looks like velocity did die down a bit, but you can always re-intensify here, especially with that new reflectivity scan. But yeah, again, that was a wedge tornado from numerous reports.
You wouldn't believe me if I told you that the environment overall didn't get you.
And yeah, there's also
If that line of supercells formed like forecast, this is what they have to use. That's scary.
Yeah, and right now there's that yeah, so it looks like they have a severe thunderstorm possible, or a severe thunderstorm with tornado possible on it. Considering how that's lining up, I feel like they should go ahead and still pull the tornado warning with how that's lining up. But yeah, right now, this is a again, this is a semi-dangerous situation considering how this nearly touchdown or had a full touchdown just moments ago, and this is in the peak environment, which is ripe for strong long track tornadoes, and we've been seeing a few of those all around the risk area, but not directly in the risk area. And yeah, as you can see, that will be moving its way towards Gary, and then we'll eventually move to the northeast into, if it's more longer tracked, it could actually threaten places like Kingfisher.
That new severe thunderstorm
So we're gonna
tornado possible with imperfect serve 70 miles.
So we're going to take this wide now for just a second here to show you a general perspective of what is happening so far. The time is currently 4:25 p.m. We are currently in the window of where Norman says we could have those strong tornadoes, and we still have many more hours to go. With most people agreeing this will completely peak at around 7 p.m. tonight. So in about 3 hours. And
The biggest question is not if we get strong tornadoes. The question is how many supercells.
yeah, and again, you're currently watching the skies, and we are currently with Tristan, Stormteen, me, Earth Central, and another chaser that isn't in the call yet, Zari. So yeah,
ACAR's aircraft observation vertical profile photograph is showing a very volatile environment over the Oklahoma City area.
so yeah, again, like we've been getting like multiple like avenues that say, yeah, Oklahoma City and the surrounding area shows an extremely like loaded environment for strong tornadoes. That hence why they have issued that PDS tornado watch for Oklahoma City.
The question is how many fire. I don't think we've seen the true initiation happen.
And, by the way, I just want to point out we do have another tornado warning, which was issued just moments ago. This is for Geary, and eventually, if this is more long tracked, like I said, we could be taking this into Kingfisher. This certainly has the environment to take storms like that pretty long distances. So, Kingfisher, I would be watching this storm very carefully. As this storm is moving to the northeast, 30 miles an hour. There is also golf ball sized hail, and this first warning is in effect until 5 o'clock p.m. Central Time. And yeah, at the end of this hook here, we do have We do have still kind of broad rotation, but at times it has came together for a bit. So it's coming and going pretty much. But eventually, I feel like with the type of environment that we have, that could change into a more long-lasting, tighter rotation and maybe even a tornado.
We got a nice little line.
Oh, a tornado report just came in. A little delayed at 4:19 p.m. In Grundy County, Missouri, law enforcement reported a tornado. Oh, tornado warning just issued by Kansas City. It is an observed tornado on the ground located 11 miles east of Grant City or 14 miles northeast of Albany, moving east at 50 miles per hour. We have a confirmed tornado. With this, there will also be ping pong ball size hail.
Yeah, and that's the storm that we called out moments ago, and they issued a massive extension just now. That'll be moving east at 50 miles an hour. That will remain in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Time. And right now, where that rotation is, that will be remaining.
Kind of hard to see due to the radar hole.
Yeah, I can see the rotation though, or aka tornado, and it looks like it might get near Ridgeway, Eagleville, and Blythedale. So if you're in those areas, you need to seek shelter. Again, we can't really get an exact idea of where this tornado is moving. So if you're anywhere in that polygon, seek shelter now. That is a confirmed tornado on the ground by law enforcement.
The only way we'll really know where this thing is if it ends up being a really violent tornado. Because given how far from a radar it is and how high the beam height is, it would take a very strong tornado to really show a tornado debris signature for us to really be able to see where it is, to be honest.
Yeah, and for our, and an update for our viewers in Mabel, looked at the rotation and the tornado there seems to be weakening out right now. So that is a good sign, but again, they could always recycle. I mean, this supercell looks very dominant, so it can always recycle.
Yeah.
And it looks like so far, the storm that's near Loveland, aka the Herald storm, seems to be struggling a bit. But again, it's only just getting into its more loaded environment.
Yeah.
So that can always change. I'm gonna zoom out here, give you overhead view of what we've been seeing so far. Right now we are trying to get more information regarding some of the tornadoes that have happened today. I can confirm that the tornado that happened a few hours ago in Hillsdale was a wedge, and it did cause damage. And there's still that unconfirmed report of damage near Red Springs as well.
The tornado warning has been corrected over there by Howard. It's moving at 40 miles per hour.
But we still got observed.
Not 50.
We still got an observed tornado near Howard, Kansas. So that is moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Will remain in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central. And right now we are I'm just waiting for radar to load so we can get an understanding of what's happening out here. See, it looks like a pretty tight rotation there. There's a pretty tight rotation there on radar. No signs of debris yet, but again, that's because it's mainly over open fields right now. And
National Weather Service in Norman continues the PDS tornado warning for Baylor and Wilburger counties in Texas until 5 o'clock this afternoon. There's also still baseball-sized hail with this storm. Also, New Mexico
Okay.
discussion just came out. A new tornado watch will likely be issued soon.
Okay, and we don't read, and currently due to our situation, we can't read that out just yet because we do have what appears to be strong rotation and a confirmed tornado seeming to be moving near the Howard area. So yeah, this is something we're gonna watch here. This is gonna be moving right up the highway straight into Howard. So if you're in Howard, you need to seek shelter now. We have indications that the tornado is on the ground. Tornado is observed, and there is rotation on. There is a. Hold up 1 second. We're gonna hold that thought for just 1 second, because we have to go down to over here. Again, if you're in Howard, you need to seek shelter. In fact, tornado report just came out. Tornado report reported near the lake north of Moline. So yeah, that tornado is on the ground, so please seek shelter. Meanwhile, we got another powerful rotation developing that is really starting to curl around. So yeah, that is powerful rotation developing northwest of Calumet. This is a storm that we've been watching for a while now, and photos indicate that this tornado is on the ground at this current time.
I just have to say this real quick. Tornado watch is going to be issued in Kansas and Missouri.
Alrighty. And yeah, currently we do have a strong, we could have a strong tornado developing at this current time, northwest of Calumet at this current time, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour, will be in effect until 5 o'clock p.m. And again, if this is more longer tracked, we could be seeing this go dangerously near Kingfisher.
Oh, that rotation over by over there by where is this? Oh, the Oklahoma City Metro over by El Reno is getting pretty strong there. It's really concerning.
Yeah, and there's a photo that indicates that tornado is down on the ground.
That would not surprise me. It would not surprise me.
So yeah, right now you can see how powerful that
strong.
rotation is as it's moving again northeast at 30 miles an hour. They're probably going to issue a long-term warning that might include Kingfisher. This is going to be this will remain northwest of Calumet at this current time. In fact, they just updated it so Calumet's now out of the warning, so you're in the clear there. And Geary, you're also in the clear now.
Yep, this should be missing Calumet to the north.
Yeah, but again, long term, if we're planning this out long term, Kingfisher is under the gun from this tornado.
Yep. Kingfisher, you should be getting preparations done for this.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
Very good extended lead time here that we're giving you.
Yeah.
This will likely be a long track storm given the favorable environment.
Yeah, and as soon as you hear that alert on your phone, it's go time. Because we're gonna see what the National Weather Service does here, who's gonna be in and who's gonna be out. But it's very likely that Kingfisher will likely be on a warning here soon. That rotation looks very strong right now, so I won't be surprised if you have a large tornado developing right now, still on the ground. Seymour is going through another cycle right now. And again, we will be tracking this directly near Kingfisher.
Hey, is that tornado warning going to impact me?
Which one?
Oh, the
one in
that
Tillman
just
County.
got issued down there by Lawton. Let me look. Wildfire, based on its current trajectory, it looks like it's gonna miss you. It looks like it's headed more towards Ketchy
Yeah, we also got
and Indioma.
Well, I just want to point out that there's another tornado warning for Cedarville. So Cedarville, you're back under the gun for a tornado.
Again?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to Kansas for this. I know I should be in Oklahoma, but I gotta be in Kansas for this because it, again, danger to my family, danger to Kristen's mother, and
Yeah.
Tornado warning from National Weather Service in Norman includes Canadian and Kingfisher counties in Oklahoma until 5:30 p.m. Looks like we called that one.
Yeah, and right now we're just gonna be. I'm gonna go back to the Howard.
So, Norman issues tornado warning for Canadian and Kingfisher counties in Oklahoma until 5:30. The storm is capable of producing a tornado and is located 5 miles northwest of Calumet, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Pretty long-term warning issued here. Kingfisher's in the warning.
It hasn't popped up on my end yet, so I'm gonna go to the Howard storm real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's
Alright.
the rotation
Yeah,
right
just
near
Howard.
Howard. Looks like it's slightly missing it, but Howard, you need to remain in your safe spots. That's a dangerous situation. And yep,
I
it
gotta
finally
say
popped up.
this, in addition to a tornado with the Kingfisher storm, golf ball size hail is expected with this storm.
So yep, Kingfisher, it's go time. You need to go to your shelters right now. We do have confirmation of we do not know if it's still on the ground, but we did have confirmation of a pretty large tornado with this storm in question. And right now it looks like it had some pretty good rotation. Right now on this scan it looks like it's kind of garbled up a bit, but we're gonna wait another scan and see But Kingfisher, it's now go time. This is in a prime environment. This is something that we've been tracking all the way from Eakley, and we are now expecting this to track towards Kingfisher. So seek shelter now.
National Weather Service in Wichita did correct their tornado warning that was issued for Howard. There is a confirmed tornado over Howard now, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So if you're in Howard, you better be in your safe spot because there's a tornado right on top of you.
Yeah, and again, from what we've seen earlier with the Howard storm, that looked like very powerful rotation.
Yes. Oh yeah, that is some very powerful rotation there over Howard. No CC drop. I really haven't been seeing many CC drops, even when they're saying there's tornadoes in towns today. It's very weird.
Yeah, we have a lot of chaser coverage, which is good.
We got really bad news here. We were expecting the upscale time somewhat now. No, that has not occurred.
Nothing's
now
going
the
upscale,
timing. Yeah, but the timing is now shifted from upscale towards 7 to 9 p.m. That doesn't just mean that the tornadoes will be dangerous. Now you're gonna have more damaging wind problems, and now the flooding's gonna be more dangerous. People are not gonna pay attention. That.
Yeah.
It just got.
Yeah, and again, we're going to be tracking this event for a long time, so don't tune away. We're projected to be live for quite a while. So right now, according to estimates that I've seen across multiple different sources, it looks like this event is going to peak around 7 p.m., give or take. And we're gonna be monitoring these storms in Texas and any storms that pop up over the next few hours in Oklahoma. The Seymour supercell being the most mature one that we have seen so far.
There's a large tornado reported northwest of Calumet, Oklahoma.
Come again?
That?
I would like to know.
Is that the one near El Reno?
We've been streaming for almost 5 hours again, guys.
Yep. and we're probably gonna go way longer than that this time.
Oh, I'd expect to go for at least another 5 hours.
Yep. Yeah, so right now the rotation seems to be struggling as it approaches Kingfisher, but again, remain in your shelters as it can always wrap back up. And this does have a history of producing at least 1 to 2 tornadoes.
Yeah.
So yeah, Kingfisher, remain in your shelters until this passes you.
Yeah, that's still happening. This supercell down here near Lawton, very. I'm very scared of later. We're about threats are close. Oh, PDS from Wichita. That's
What?
the one with near Howard.
We're about to see.
Yep.
It is. It's Howard.
PDS tornado warning for Howard.
Let's go to the one in Howard.
Don't please tell me this. Please.
Okay, so tornado report just came in. Wedge tornado reported heading towards Howard. That is a really...
They just... Large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Howard right now is what the warning says.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, wedge tornado reported northeast at 35 miles an hour. Will be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Again, from a report that just popped up on our end about 2 minutes ago, wedge tornado reported heading towards Howard. So if you're in Howard, you need to seek shelter immediately. Long term, you're looking at places like Fall River and Climax, Surrey, and I hope we pronounced that, but that doesn't matter. Neal and possibly Toronto, all of them in Kansas. Those towns might be in the next warning.
Guys, I got bad news.
Yeah, go ahead.
Very concerning thing is happening right now. The low-level jet is strengthening much quicker than was anticipated this evening.
Yeah, and that is a bad sign.
You know what another bad sign is? We have another supercell that's potentially forming in eastern Oklahoma that is even more away from any other convection.
Yeah, we'll check that out in just a second, but right now our main focus...
It's a shower right now.
Yeah, our main focus right now is on this Howard tornado because there is a report of a wedge tornado on the ground, and you need to seek shelter immediately if you're not only in this warning, but areas ahead. Be ready to get to shelter. Like places like Toronto, Neal, Climax, Surrey, and Fall River.
Alright, the Howard storm itself has a 3 cape maximum of 225. Not only that, it is in very favorable shear environment with bulk shear in excess of 65 knots.
Yeah,
0 to 1 shear is about 30 knots, which is very favorable for tornadic activity. So it really doesn't surprise me that this is doing what it is doing right now.
Yeah, and keep in mind...
It also has cape up to 3,000.
I gotta say something important, sorry to interrupt, but I just want to point out for Howard and Moline, I want to point out that you have another tornado, not confirmed yet, but you got rotation, possibly multiple rotations, to your southwest. That's currently over Cedarville. That will make its way towards Moline if it's more longer tracked. Like the Howard one
Tyler,
was.
I hate to say this, a storm chaser reported multiple brief tornadoes with the southern one. Both had history of tornadoes on the ground. Both.
Also, National Weather Service Wichita just tweeted that a large and dangerous tornado is on the ground, headed right into Howard as we speak.
So yeah, again, if you're in Howard, seek shelter immediately, please. Get into an interior room. I think at this point it's already past Howard. But if you're ahead of this, anyone in the morning and anybody out, you need to be in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Get into a basement or storm shelter if you have one. And make sure you grab a sturdy pair of shoes. Make sure you grab a helmet and a mask. And make sure to stay up to date on what's happening right now. This is a dangerous situation. A wedge tornado has been reported that is ripped through Howard. And again, we're treating this like like at this point with weather spotters have clear priority over the radar. Even though it might seem like broad rotation here, we're still treating this as a tornado on the ground regardless. I also do want to point out that there is a the tornado warnings for Geary and Calumet has been dropped, so again you are in the clear. And then you also have I'm also going to clear Seymour and Red Springs. Those areas are clear. But right now we are tracking what appears to be a large tornado that has ripped through Howard and could threaten more towns along the path. This is going to get dangerously close. This will get dangerously close to Fall River, mainly areas west of Fall River. So it seems it's going to go between Silveray and Fall River, cross the highway there, onto a lake there, and then if it's more longer track than that, then we could see this getting extremely close to Toronto and potentially Quincy.
I got to do what I got to do to help you guys stay alive. It's that bad. Ready to send it?
Yes.
So again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground.
Oh, guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go fix me up something to eat. And
Yeah, get ready for the rest of the day here.
Yeah, because I'm hungry and I need something to maintain myself over the rest of the... I'll be back, guys.
Alrighty. And then again, we're going to go ahead, and I just want to point out, we do have severe thunderstorms all the way up here in Iowa as well, so that is experiencing severe weather as well, but our main focus is obviously going to be on mainly Kansas, Missouri to some extent, Texas, and Oklahoma. That will be our main focus here. And right now we are still tracking this tornado. It is northeast now of Howard. And it's going to be moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. Keep in mind, this is a PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation. And this came after a disturbing report came out of a wedge tornado. I also want to say, we're going to go back to the one near Kingfisher real quick. While we're waiting for the next radar update.
Make no sense at all.
And while that's loading, I'm going to go ahead and see if we have any new information.
You're telling everyone you don't feel safe, so definitely not stay chasing tornadoes.
Okay, it doesn't look like it. Alrighty, right now, there is that rotation has shrunk significantly. Looks very weak, but again, Kingfisher, I would just remain in your shelters just in case if it does try redeveloping. And this storm is known for doing that a few times. So again, just Kingfisher, just remain in your shelters, and just wait for the storm to pass you. I also want to point out that the tornado warning over by the Oklahoma-Texas border will be dropped here soon. They issued a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible for Cache, Medicine Park, and Mears as well, including a small bit of northwestern Lawton. Also considerable for 1.5-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And then we're now going to bounce back up here to the Howard tornado. And again, it's important to mention that we have still not hit maximum yet. Again, the max part of the event will be around 7 p.m. That's currently the timeline we've been given. Yeah, there is that rotation. It seems to be broadening out at this time, but right now that this main rotation here is going to get dangerously close to Fall River. So Fall River, even though you're slightly not in it, I would still take your tornado precautions as soon as possible. Let me update the tour count. Alrighty. Again, just for a quick warning check, we have 1 special marine warning, 2 flash flood warnings, 14 severe thunderstorm warnings, 6 total tornado warnings, 3 radar indicated and 3 observed. And it looks like they have left out Moline. Now Moline, I would clear you, but you got more rotation coming in from the southwest, so I would remain in your shelters for right now. While you're still in your shelters, as again we do have rotation that's moving up, that just moved up through Cedar Valley and could get dangerously close to Moline. And as for Fall River, you need to seek shelter as soon as possible. They have dropped the particularly dangerous situation tag off the storm, but again, you should still remain in your shelters because this tornado could redevelop quickly. And because keep in mind, radar scans are a few minutes in between, and a tornado can always redevelop suddenly in that amount of time. Okay, since we haven't checked in a while, let's see how this the Seymour tornado is doing right now. It is still observed at this current time. So we're gonna bounce down to the Seymour tornado. And it looks like the rotation here, we're going to wait for the scan, for the rest of the scans to come in. And as that comes in, I'm going to show you the rest of the warnings here. And then after we go through Seymour, we'll go through the Missouri warning again. And then we'll go back down to the Kansas warning. And in fact, they issued another tornado warning somewhere. Oh yeah, they issued it over here. So yeah, we'll get to that there as soon as we roll around to that. But like right now,
Alright, guys.
the rotation is pretty weak. This warning might get dropped soon, but it's definitely going to get a destructive severe thunderstorm warning of some kind because there is baseball-sized tail indicated with the storm. If we do see such a thing, that will likely be extended to Electra, Kading Corner, Focals, Iowa Park, and even more areas to the northeast. And I don't expect that supercell to go away anytime soon. Quickly bouncing up to Missouri real quick, where we have that still observed tornado on the ground. This does include Blythedale, Canesville, and Eagleville, so the same areas as before. They actually downgraded it to a regular tornado warning according to this message, according to the message here. So this back down to radar indicated, but regardless, you should still seek shelter. As again, tornadoes here, especially in a radar dead zone such as this, where we can't really get that much accurate data, that leads that means that the tornadoes here can redevelop very quickly and suddenly. So again, treat this as a tornado on the ground, even though they have downgraded it to radar indicated, until you are in the clear. Let's go ahead and bounce down back to the Kansas tornadoes, where we had another warning issued while we were talking about the other warnings. That does include Elk Falls, Longton, and Oak Valley. I think this is its own separate warning instead of being a part of this warning up here. So that would be where your rotation would be, southwest of Elk Falls. And now just updated, so yeah, now past Elk Falls, and is now nearing Longton. This is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Not on top of the tornado, there is also half-dollar sized hail. And something that's kind of some breaking news real quick. It looks like the rotation on the Howard tornado is redeveloping. So again, if you're in Fall River and areas ahead, you need to seek shelter. Toronto, I know you're a bit far out, but I would remain weather aware, because if this remains on its current track, then this will get dangerously close to your location. Again, that's Toronto.
All right, here we go.
Toronto, Kansas.
I need to say this. So, for Earth Central and me, for the worry of my mom, tornado watch has been issued, including Metro Joplin, Pittsburgh, Independence, Metro Kansas City, Marshall, Clinton, Harrison, and Leavenworth. A few tornadoes likely with scattered large hail up to 2 inches in diameter, damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour likely. Here we go.
Alrighty, so again...
Watch I was worried about.
Okay. I just need to say also that we do have possible tornado damage. There is reports of trees uprooted in the path of that tornado that went through Howard. And then also we do have a new tornado warning, so they're keeping the tornado warning.
Observe.
You didn't have to cut me off like that, but okay. So
I apologize.
yeah, it's fine. But like I was saying, we do have that tornado warning down in Texas, and actually, is the one that went observed, is that one in Kansas or this one in Texas?
Observed in Kansas.
Oh, okay.
Howard,
So yeah,
Kansas.
that's an extension of that. Okay, so yeah, real quick, they extended the tornado warning instead of completely downgrading it. I do agree with that move because this tornado, well, the supercell has been rather cyclic, so it's forming tornadoes and then it lifts and it reforms again. So they're seeing this, so they're checking to see if it reforms again. So if you're in Kading Corner, Electra, you need to seek shelter as you are now in a tornado warning. On top of the tornado, there is also baseball-sized hail. We're now going to bounce back to the new continuation of that tornado observed. That now includes.
Also, Tristan.
This now includes.
I know the watch.
This now includes the Toronto and Fall River. The areas that that I was concerned about are now in that warning. So if you're in Fall River, Toronto, as well as Coyville, you need to seek shelter immediately, as this is a tornado on the ground, and it has a history of producing very intense tornadoes. Weather spotter confirmed tornado on this tornado that's about to cross just west of Fall River. But if it does not change its course, we could be seeing this. Let me make sure, because we could be seeing this get dangerously close to the Toronto area. So yeah, right now, that is a little bit of room for it to miss. But again, if you're in Toronto, that is going to get uncomfortably close to your location.
What's the next supercell down the line?
And then right now, yeah, they have dropped that observed warning. They still kept the tornado warning in for the Seymour tornado now approaching Wichita Falls. They have dropped the tornado warning that was for Loveland and Hoyster, so you are in the clear now. And also for Kingfisher, they have still continued that warning. Let's actually go check out that warning again. As we go down to 6 tornado warnings. We're about 2 hours out from the projected peak of this event. So again, there's still a lot of time for this to really ramp up. And we're expecting it to really ramp up here. We're going to check out this the situation going on in Kingfisher. As we do so, as we wait for the scans to come in, this is your current situation in terms of warnings here. As you can see, we're currently up to 12 severe thunderstorm warnings and 6 total tornado warnings. And as you can see, that rotation there seems to be shaping Kingfisher to the north, which is good. And right now, they have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm. Ping-pong-sized tail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. A tornado is possible. So we're going to see here if they're going to extend the tornado warning into Dover, or if they're going to decide to drop it here soon. And keep in mind, I would also want to point out that there is also a severe thunderstorm warning right behind that tornado warning near Seymour. So Red Springs and Seymour, you're back under the gun for a severe thunderstorm warning this time. Also want to point out that all 3 warnings here are observed in Kansas. We got tornado reported by law enforcement near Longton, and again, tornado reported by law enforcement in Elk Falls. So we have 2 reports of this other one, and keep in mind this is a different tornado. This is not this one up to the northwest. This is a different tornado that's on the ground, northwest of Longton, moving to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. And again, this is gonna approach Fall River. For the ones in the northwest, is gonna approach onto Fall River and then go to Toronto. This one down to the south is gonna could threaten New Albany if it's more longer tracked, which so far has been a common theme today. And we're gonna go ahead. And we're going to go ahead and go back to the one in Missouri. On top of that, in Missouri, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning for near that tornado observed. But yeah, we're going to go back to this tornado warning. That's tornado observed. They still have it as such, according to GR2. And as you can see, your rotation would be, they're still downloading data, so this could be out of date, so we're going to wait and see. Alrighty, so yeah. So right now that rotation would possibly be, again, it's really hard to tell because of the radar hole, but based on what we're seeing, it could be northeast of Canesville, moving due east. So Mercener, if that rotation is there, which I'm 90% sure it is, you could be under the gun here. For a tornado, and that has been observed for quite a while. And then we also have, again, we still have those tornado warnings in Kansas. We already reviewed through that, so I just want to quickly take the time to go back to Seymour, real quick. Where we still have that tornado warning from
I apologize for being silent. I am currently getting information from the newscast from News 9 in Oklahoma.
Yeah, okay, so right now, again, we have those severe thunderstorm warnings right behind it. The good thing is that they're making that supercell not discrete anymore. It's now kind of in a line. But again, it can still produce tornadoes, but right now it is not that discrete anymore versus what it was about an hour or 2 ago. But however, we still got this storm over here near Longton that will be approaching that favorable environment. So yeah, that's something to definitely keep an eye on. But for right now, looks like we do have a broken up kind of cluster here forming that will be chugging to the northeast. This will also bring a flash flood threat, I would assume, because these storms in this line are training on one another, and you're going to be in rain for a very long time with this line here. And the entire line, the entire cluster is severe thunderstorm warned. And go ahead.
Is any updates on that Lawton storm? Has it shifted, or is it still heading northeast?
Lawton?
Yes.
That is still moving northeast at 40 miles an hour.
It does stand.
But yeah, right now, it's gonna. And also, I just want to say Howard is now officially out of that tornado observed. So, if you're in Howard, tornado-wise, you're in the clear. But there might be debris. We don't know what it's like down there. But debris-wise, it could be dangerous to venture outside. But tornado-wise, you are in the clear.
We have a new flash flood warning in effect.
At risk of collapse, it would be best to.
We have a new. Yeah, we have a new flash flood warning in effect for Bailiff, Ford, Knox, and Wheelbug until 9 p.m. Central Time.
And that would be. Wait, let me just confirm again. That would be, where is it? Oh, down here, yeah, that. Yeah, that would be in Texas, which I just said actually how that's probably going to pose a flash flooding threat because of how these storms are trending one after another on each other, and I won't be surprised if they extend it further more to the northeast, and we actually got a new tornado warning over in Missouri. And I was just about to go up there and mention that because I just remembered because I saw that on the velocity. But we do have a tornado warning now for that storm there. This will be near Newtown. Let me go ahead and update that real quick. But yeah, this is going to be approaching near Newtown. The rotation is just east of Spickard, and it's going to be moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Now, for the people in Spickard, this rotation is already long gone from you. But for people in
Apologies
Harris,
for interrupting, but a storm chaser from News 9 has confirmed a tornado potentially on the ground near Kingfisher.
yeah, we'll get to that there in just a second. But yeah, we do have the tornado in Harris and Newton. This will be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Time, moving northeast at 40. So locations impacted include Lucerne, Newton, Spickard, and Harris. So if you're in those areas, you need to seek shelter. So now, according to Tristan, we are going to be bouncing back down to Kingfisher, where a storm chaser could have a tornado on the ground. And this would be the storm that we've been tracking all the way since Hinton.
So the discrete supercell mode is finished with.
So no. So what do you mean by that?
Is the discrete supercell mode finished, or are we still in the mode?
There's still a few. There's still a few left.
We have not seen the true event yet. I hate to tell you this.
Yeah, the event is not projected to peak until 2 hours from now. So yeah, again.
Maybe a little later, depending on mesoscale evolution.
Yeah, but yeah, again, I just want to point out again, and this is a great opportunity to point out, this is not the peak of the event yet. We are still about like 2 to 3 hours away from when it's really gonna get underway. And some of that may happen when the sun goes down. So it's gonna be very hard to see these tornadoes. So do not try to see these tornadoes, depending on what we're gonna be seeing here. Again, that would be the rotation to south of Dover would be where that possible tornado was by that storm chaser, and we'll be seeing what they do with this warning here in just a second in light of that report. But yeah, right now here's a overview view of the situation going on. Again, we have 3 flash flood warnings, 17 severe thunderstorm warnings, and 8 total warnings. 4 radar indicated, 4 observed. And then we're gonna
Wichita just issued another tornado warning.
And that would be
for Elk. It's over there for Elk County. Till 5:45. It's located near Granola, 10 miles southwest of Howard, moving northeast at 35. Looks like Howard's under the gun again.
I hope this news is true that Justin is giving me. Give me a sec. We might have very, very good news.
1 mile west of Silverdale in Elk County, Kansas. Rainfall has been reported to 3.01 inches.
We might have very good news.
yeah, I see what Justin sent.
which would be fantastic news for this environment. Honestly, that would be great.
So yeah, okay, based off what Justin said, I don't think the average viewer is gonna understand this, but basically, there is something happening that is limiting the storms in Oklahoma. And that's one of the main, and this reason is the main reason why we haven't seen many storms here.
Yeah, and those clouds are a little bit more stubborn than they usually are.
So yeah, we're trying to chat with Justin G, who is one of our storm team members, about what this may mean for the future of this event. But I will say that most the discrete storms we were worried about have now kind of went into a line mode. Like it's like a line of storms training on another. There's only like 2 real discrete storms in Oklahoma so far.
That's the one over by Lawton.
Tornado on the ground. Sky News 9 confirmed.
Kingfisher.
Ooh.
Yep, and they canceled the tornado warning as soon as that happened. Wow. Unlucky timing, Norman.
Yeah, and that would be where your tornado would be, apparently. Southeast of Dover, moving northeast. Long-term impacts would probably be Marshall. And again, so if you are in the path of this tornado, you need to seek shelter as the tornado is now confirmed down.
Tulsa issued a tornado warning. A severe thunderstorm capable of cruising a tornado was located southwest of Granola, northeast at 45. This is for Oklahoma.
Yeah, I was talking about that one earlier.
News 9 has a beautiful wall cloud.
Can you send a photo and coverage?
I'm watching the stream right now, actually.
Are you able to send a screenshot of the wall cloud, though?
I only made it back to Kansas. I think. Stuck behind a truck going turtle feet.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna mute my mic on the stream real quick to say this.
Because people are not very smart.
Or very patient.
Alrighty, we're back. Okay, we do have a tornado warning in effect for Moline again. So Moline, you're back under the gun for a tornado. And also, there's also another tornado just due south of that. The Granola, Schiller, and Fauquier. Very hard to pronounce.
Funnel
names.
clouds were reported over by Kingfisher, about 3 miles east of where they're reporting from.
That multiple
News 9 has it.
Yeah.
From Brandon Alexander.
Yeah, but like right now, we have 2 tornado warnings. One to the south right here, moving northeast at 45. And the other one over here, which is a smaller warning, moving northeast at 35 until 5:45 p.m. Central Time. I would also like to report that the Missouri tornado warning, the observed one, has been dropped, but there's still one other warning out there.
Man, I am sweating sitting here in my house right now doing absolutely nothing. It is 77 degrees outside and it's 76 in my house.
It's 76
New
here.
tornado warning for
Yep.
the new tornado warning for the cell with a history of producing wall clouds and funnel clouds.
Yep.
Kingfisher.
Yeah, Kingfisher. Okay, this now. Okay, so this now includes. Let me get switched to the radars. This now includes Marshall and Lovell. This is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Will last till 6 o'clock p.m. Central Time. So Marshall, I already gave you a heads up earlier, but now it's go time. You're now on the warning, and now it's go time. There is a pretty good wall cloud on that, so you need to take action.
Where's Marshall at?
I'm in Coffeeville.
So like, where's Marshall at? Like where? What city? Like what city? What city is Marshall in?
And we're gonna stand by here as we try to get more information on the tornadoes that are
Another
happening.
tornado watch is going to be issued soon. For northwest Illinois and far southern Missouri. Oh, I'm in a mesoscale discussion. Yeah, it is. Oh. Well, that's nice. Yeah. Looks like a tornado watch is going to be issued up here.
Also want to point out that there is now a new tornado warning including New Albany, Benedict, Roper, and Frenoda. That does hold up, let me get the information. That is in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Time, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour.
Wasn't expecting that. I'm only in a 2% tornado risk, and I'm in a mesoscale discussion for a tornado watch. They're saying that storm coverage is increasing along the frontal boundary that's existing over central Iowa and northern Wisconsin into the Illinois border. And the air mass is destabilizing quickly ahead of Weather Watch 147, which is making mixed layer cape values up to 3,000 joules per kilogram now, with deep layer shear being decent. And they say that the VAD profiles from the Des Moines area depict cyclic curved photographs with 1 kilometer shear profiles in excess of 200 meters squared per second squared.
When is the tornado
So,
supposed to hit here?
and I'm near the boundary, and they say the boundaries were some of the highest, that the surface vorticity is going to likely be maximized further along the boundary where thunderstorms have been developing. So I'm going to have severe storms coming into my area in the next couple hours that I'm going to have to be looking out for too now. So it looks like I'm starting to get under the gun now. Yeah, there are severe oh, my radio's going off. We got a severe thunderstorm warning here in southern Wisconsin. They're just on the border.
We are currently still at 8 tornado warnings.
Yep. And we got a severe thunderstorm warning in Wisconsin for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. We got some storms that are starting to develop that are producing some hail in eastern Iowa, southern Wisconsin, that are going to be moving down towards my area here in the next couple of hours. So I got to stay, whether we're here. It looks like the SPC may be putting me under a tornado watch here in the next hour or two.
The good news is it looks like part of the risk is failing, which honestly, given what happened yesterday, is absolutely fantastic.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's
the bad
failing.
news is most
still
of the
getting
complex
storms, but
is most of the complex is heading for where my mom is, Pittsburgh, and Joplin.
I wouldn't say that it is necessarily failing. We are still getting storms in the area. They're just not producing to the expectations that we were.
Yeah,
No,
we
it's
still
only
we
one.
still had a
Well,
few
I,
we still
I
had a
will
few
admit,
strong
Texas
tornadoes.
did well.
Yeah. So.
Texas is doing fantastic.
Well, they say everything is bigger in Texas. So.
Yeah. The anvil shields just screwed our risk over. Oh yeah.
Would you rather the risk be screwed over or people
I
get
would.
killed?
No, I would have rathered it not happen at all because now most of the activity is heading for where I don't want it to happen.
Well, I guess just hope that everybody that's actually getting the stuff is okay, because
yeah, including my mom.
I'm just glad nobody got seriously hurt yesterday. There was at least 23 injuries that we know of from yesterday, but no deaths, which is
I think
miraculous.
southeastern Kansas, unfortunately, may be the actual big area of air for any moderate. Is the way this is going.
Preliminary findings of the Omaha office at the National Weather Service suggest at least an EF3 tornado happened, though official assessment has not yet been confirmed. Well, I mean, not confirmed, completed. So we have an EF3 plus tornado, not fully assessed yet. That is the Omaha tornado.
Yo, since we're kind of taking it a bit off topic from the event, do you want to go to a radar feed mode for now?
You know what? Yeah.
Amazing amount of tornado.
A few things because my
yeah, but it's been
is
slowly
not too happy
declining.
with me ditching for chasing, but it's like I have to do this because
there isn't really much right now to cover. I think we pretty much covered everything so far.
I think we can take a little break.
Yeah, so we'll be right back with more
Break
information. We just don't have any right now, but we'll be back eventually. You're currently tuned in to Watching the Skies, and we will be back momentarily. Okay, so yeah. Currently we're down to 5 tornado warnings. We're gonna go ahead and go forward. Still have that tornado warning over here. By the way, we will be probably either be going into extreme quiet period or ending the stream because we might still have a small shot at severe weather. So far, this event has not performed up to what people were thinking, which is good. And keep in mind, that's so far. We still have about 3 hours, like 3+ hours, probably more, for us to do something here. So what we will be doing is we will be going to a radar feed mode. There will be no commentary, no tornado count, and we will be back if needed. And yeah, our storm chasers are pretty much gone. They're not here anymore. So live radar feed, waiting to see if there is more tours. So yeah, we're gonna be entering that radar feed mode. And there's nothing else by like around 7:30, 7:45, then we will be ending the stream. But again, I want to do one final overview of everything. And again, we are hoping this remains the case. I mean, we did have a few strong tornadoes today, but it was not on the level so far of what was forecasted. Again, that can change. We still got more of an environment to go through, especially with some of these storms here that are slowly crawling their way to the northeast. So that's probably what I'm going to see here. The SPC did put out a we do have, okay, let's see here. It says increasing tornado potential, large hail. Wait, hold up. Let me open this up. It says here, severe weather threat continues. Threat will increase for the Oklahoma City Metro by 7 to 8 p.m. Increasing tornado potential, large hail, damaging winds also possible. When now through 7 to 8 p.m., threat will increase for the Oklahoma City Metro by early evening. And that area is where we could be seeing more severe weather. So, considering that's in about 40 minutes, and I don't want to end the stream early here, because I feel like there might be a small chance we could see another tornado. But yeah, we're gonna be going to that radar feed mode, and we will be back if needed. You're currently watching the skies. Stay safe. Alright, so we are back with a tornado on the ground. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is the main reason why we did not leave the coverage. But right now, we do have a PDS tornado warning in effect. This is a particularly dangerous situation. We have multiple chasers on it and in the server. It's completely wrapped in rain. And there's also there was a visual cone tornado reported that was wrapped in rain. And again, this is the main reason why we didn't leave. We're still alive right now. And that appears to be a large tornado that was on the ground. Rotation does not look as prominent right now as it once was. We currently have 22 severe thunderstorm warnings at this current time. So there's going to be moving towards Cookietown. So if you're in Cookietown, please take cover immediately. And then, hold up. Okay, hold up. Okay, yeah, I'm just getting the stream back online. We're not gonna have anyone online, I don't think. We're not gonna have anyone online, I don't think. But we just want to cut in real quick to show you that there's tornado near Cookietown, with visuals on it. But the tornado is buried in rain. Our chasers are having a hard time locating the tornado. And again, this tornado will be moving to the northeast, towards Cookietown. So if you're in Cookietown, you need to seek shelter immediately. This is our only warning at this current time. We are waiting to see how this storm continues to develop. Again, right now it's moving to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. This is a part of the same kind of system that's been producing multiple tornadoes that is slowly chugging its way through Oklahoma. And this is probably going to be one of the few chances we have left at a possible significant tornado, which it appears to be we had one just now. Confirmed by weather spotters as this tornado is now approaching Cookietown. The rotation seems to be dying out a bit. Well, I also want to point out we are at 24 severe thunderstorm warnings. That stretch from Wisconsin all the way down to Texas. So yeah, this is a widespread severe weather event, but not in the tornado sense. Reed Timmer's on the storm apparently. Of course, we can't share his stream for obvious reasons, but if we get any information, he'll be one of the chasers we'll go to privately. This is right on the interstate, almost through Cookietown. Seems like its inflow is getting cut off right now, which is a good sign. So again, this is a confirmed tornado. Moving right through Cookietown. And right now, it's been downgraded to radar indicated and ping pong sized tail. According to the new radar information, it looks like the tornado has lifted and the rotation seems to be on its way out, but it can redevelop. So Cookie Town, I would wait for this storm to pass. Keep in mind, you got more severe thunderstorm warnings about to train down in this general area. Hence why there's also a flash flood warning as well. And 24 severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect. It's a very rain-wrapped storm. And again, this is moving due northeast at 35 miles an hour. And if you can see on your screen, it looks like the rotation is regenerating or attempting to regenerate over Cookie Town at this time. So this is going to be moving northeast, okay? This is still going to be moving northeast right towards Cookie Town. This is a confirmed, this tornado was on the ground. It likely isn't anymore. Its rotation did briefly die, but now it's starting, it seems like it might be coming back on the new radar scan. So we're going to be keeping this going here. And also, Walters, you're also in this warning, so you need to seek shelter immediately. We are going to be seeing if that's truly the rotation trying its best to come back. But some of its inflow here is being slightly cut off, according to reflectivity. But it's still possible for it to do something here. So we're just gonna wait and see what this tornado does. And again, we are still tracking that. Yeah, it seems like it did regenerate some rotation. I don't know if it's going to be able to maintain that, but you can see on the velocity, it feels like the inflow is starting to wrap back around towards this tornado. Let me see what angle we're taking this from. So yeah, it feels like the inflow is starting to wrap back around here. You can see how the radar is right here. All this means it's going towards the radar. So as you can see, it would loop around, trying to feed into the rotation. And this will basically soon be on top of Cookie Town, so it's trying to regenerate right now. So we will see if that is successful. So it certainly still has something potentially tornadic. It's just a matter of if it can be able to completely regenerate. We also got a new severe thunderstorm warning all the way to Empire City. Also important to mention that we do have several flash flood reports from the north. Mainly because highways are closed. So I'm going to change this, which I don't want. But yeah, it certainly still is capable of doing something tornadic. We're just going to wait and see what it does here. It just needs to be able to regenerate its rotation. And then I think it will be good. If I'm not mistaken, I mean, I haven't checked in a while. If I'm not mistaken, this might be one of the same storms that produced those tornadoes back in, like all the way back here and Seymour, Benjamin, Red Springs, Knox City. Might be wrong on that, but I think this is the same storm that produced all that. So if that's the case, then this storm has been very active in terms of tornadoes. It's also important to mention that the National Weather Service did say that we will have an increased probability of more tornadoes starting from now to 9 p.m. It was projected around here where this event would have peaked. We are not seeing that. And the main thing that's really holding this back is that, okay, so the environment is there. The environment to produce strong tornadoes is there, but we just don't have the storms there to take advantage. We only had a few storms in Oklahoma that was able to take advantage of it. So it's not the lack of a environment, of extremely strong environment, but keep in mind this environment so far has been very, very volatile, and if we had more storms right here, then we would have more tornadoes on the board at this hour. But it's just from the lack of storms. And I think we noticed that we started to call that out at some point, before we went on our break. Now, I'm not saying that the risk is over. Like, keep in mind, we could still have tornadoes because this storm is trying to make a beeline for Oklahoma City right now, or near Oklahoma City, and can still produce tornadoes. I mean, it's been very, very cyclic. So I won't be shocked if we have a few more tornadoes from now up until later. But yeah, it's certainly not from the from a bad environment. The environment has been harsh. Like, it's been projected to be very major. Could have supported a lot more intense tornadoes if these cells were discrete enough. And every model was showing how it was going to be semi-discrete, and then none of those storms. Well, I mean, we had a few of those storms, obviously, but like we didn't really have the tornadoes that we were thinking. But again, I want to emphasize that we could still have a few more tornadoes and potentially a strong one throughout the next few hours. But like in terms, and also I just want to keep in mind, because I think if you're in the weather community of any kind, I know there's probably a lot of people calling it a bust or whatever. This was not a bust, in my opinion. Well, it slightly underperformed so far. Keep in mind, so far we still have like 3 more hours to go. But I just have to say, so far up until this hour, like, we had strong tornadoes. We had strong tornadoes in Hillsdale. We had strong tornadoes in southeastern Kansas. We had wave after wave there, actually. And we had more strong tornadoes in Texas. This wasn't a complete failure, and I feel like the SPC did a good job on it. It's just that there was absolutely no storms that formed so far here that could have taken advantage of that environment. And again, we can still see, if there's any discrete storms that form between now and later, we can still see strong tornadoes. I'm not saying it's completely over yet. What I'm basically saying is that it's going to be very hard to get it on the same level as what was being forecasted. So anyways, with that out of the way, we do have a tornado in Poncha City right now, on its way to Marland and Poncha City. And that's going to be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Time for a tornado and golf ball sized tail. And see, this cell is discrete, and it's still in a pretty decent environment. So again, it could still produce tornadoes. I need to emphasize, this environment is not completely dead. It can still easily produce tornadoes. So yeah, that is the main thing that needs to be noted. Because the National Weather Service said over the next 3 hours, we could have tornadoes. And also, even though, I also want to point out that there is also a few things limiting this right now from tornadoes from developing, but again, the main issue that I've seen people pointing out is what we're going to have over the next few hours as the low-level jet moves on in. Where we could have, go ahead and take a look here. But again, I just have to emphasize that so far, this event has underperformed a little bit, but this event is not over. This event is not over yet. We can still have tornadoes. In fact, the environment is still in place for tornadoes, and even the strong ones too. I mean, is it gonna be on the same level as what the SPC was calling out this morning and last night? It's 50-50 at this point now, but there's still a chance for strong tornadoes. And then keep in mind, we got another wave to deal with from tonight into overnight that will carry over into tomorrow, where we can even have tornadoes tomorrow too. Mainly over, maybe just in more areas east than the moderate, and a more larger swath. But yeah, let's go ahead and bounce down real quick. I want to check this one more time, okay? I want to bounce down real quick to, back to this other tornado. I also want to point out that we do have a pretty significant severe thunderstorm warning west of like way to the southwest of Dodge City, including Johnson, for tennis ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And yeah, that's also going to be the other threat, hail as well. So the thing with this line, something I want to point out with this line is that it's training on one after another. And for some of these areas, they could experience a severe thunderstorm and then another and then another and then another. And not only is that going to cause more problems, that's also going to cause flash flooding, which is also why the SPC issued a high risk for flash flooding as well. And as these storms roll on through, I feel like we're going to see more flash flood warnings get issued because of the training effect that's going on right now. Yeah, currently the rotation seems to be struggling a lot, so they might drop the tornado warning here eventually. But again, we'll keep our eye on that just to see if it reforms. But now it seems like our strongest rotation, unless it changed while we were talking, is with Poncha City. And it looked like a few scans before it had some pretty neat rotation to it. Now it's kind of dropped off a bit, but it's still there as it's currently located west of Marland. We'll be moving northeast towards Poncha City and McCord. So again, just a reminder, this is in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So again, that is a tornado warning in effect for Poncha City and Marlins. It had some pretty decent rotation to it, and it could redevelop, so seek shelter in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. And avoid windows. And again, we're going to be tracking this to the northeast. Okay, so yeah. So the reason why, even though I said the rotation was dying, the reason why they likely continue this is because, keep in mind, this storm has produced a lot of tornadoes. Like for a while, sometimes it just dies out, and then sometimes it reforms, and then it dies, and it reforms. The reason why they're doing this, and they've been doing this for a while, like all the way, like pretty much all the way back. Like you would have to go all the way back to like Knox City, if I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken. You would have to go all the way back to Knox City. For to see that they've been issuing tornado warnings even when the rotation seems completely gone. So again, the reason why you're in this warning is because this storm has a history of producing intense / strong tornadoes. Now this does include Duncan, Empire City, Sunray, Oil City, Central High, Coram, and still Walters and Temple. This will remain southeast of Lawton, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. On top of this, ping pong sized tail is also likely. So right now, those are the kinds of things we're dealing with right now. And right now, this will be, so again, the tornado threat will be increasing. For the next few hours, we could have a few more tornadoes, and then this thing will start transforming into a more wind-damaging, flash flooding, and hail kind of event, with still a few tornadoes possible. As this whole thing starts shifting to the east, we're going to have that other event. But yeah, right now, we're going to go back to a radar feed. We'll jump back in if we need to. But this is your quick update. You're watching the skies. Stay weather aware. Alrighty, so if some new information that just came forward. Number one, there's a new tornado watch being issued. And number two, it looks like the tornado threat is actually starting to come to an end due to some recent observations. Well, the strong tornado threat, anyway, is coming to an end. We do have a few tornado warnings left, but right now, it looks like if nothing happens soon, we are nearing the end of the strong tornado threat earlier than what was previously predicted. And in light of this, we might have a few more spin-up tornadoes, but we have been live for 7 hours and 40 minutes. We got a new tornado watch upcoming, and then the other SPC advisory. We'll check out the SPC advisory and the tornado watch if that gets issued, and then after that, I mean, depends on what they say. We'll be ending the stream. So we'll see you soon when those come out. So yeah, there's this new tornado watch in effect. This includes Tulsa, McAllister, Ida, Wichita Falls, Lawton, Chickasha, Oklahoma City again, Stillwater, and Bartlesville. Few tornadoes likely, 2-inch hail possible, and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are possible. Tornado probabilities are 70% chance for 2 or more tornadoes, which will be mainly KLCS tornadoes apparently, and 40% chance for stronger tornadoes. And now we're waiting for the next outlook here to come out, which is expected to come out in about 5 minutes. Then from there, that's where the stream might be ending. Again, some of these storms right here could still pose a threat for tornadoes, mainly throughout tonight and overnight. And yeah, that could threaten very long-term Oklahoma City and Norman areas. But right now it seems like the environment in some ways is starting to fizzle out. So the strong tornado threat window is starting to come to a close. Well, the tornadoes that we were expecting from this event. So yeah, that's what we're waiting on. I would also like to announce that well, in the background there's a lot of stuff that went down, and there might be a chance that in the next few streams you might be hearing someone different, and that is because I'm temporarily stepping down as the main host. Potentially stepping down. It just depends on when the next event is, but if it's like next week or something, here, let me check. Yeah, if it's like during next week or something, then I'll probably won't be there, or probably be a background host. I don't know who will be taking over if I do decide to take that route. It'll probably be Tristan or Stormteen. We will be taking that route. And yeah, there's a lot of thoughts behind that decision. And a lot of it is because of mainly mental health reasons. And again, a lot of stuff that happened in the background. And if you follow WTS, you would hear about the complete fiasco that we had in the background regarding this risk. So again, like if there's any events next week or maybe even the week after that, there's a chance that I will not be hosting that. Either Tristan and Storm or Stormteen will be, because I have been completely mentally exhausted over the last 2 months at this point. So the final thing that we'll probably cover here is the next SPC outlook. And right now we're just waiting for the next outlook to come out. There's some people saying it might get downgraded, mainly because of the well, tornado-wise, because the strong tornado threat seems to be ending, according to some people. And right now we're just waiting for that to come out. And speaking of which, we actually do have a confirmed tornado now. Ryan was about to say that the strong tornado threat seems to be ending. Weather spotter confirmed tornado, has confirmed the tornado. And again, this storm will be on and off of tornadoes, even when we're gone. So yeah, this storm will be on and off with tornadoes. And mainly it will be this line that will probably be behind it. And we also do have that severe thunderstorm watch, mainly because when you can see all those hail reports fly up the radar, light up the radar there. We also have more flash flood warnings popping up too. Expect more of those overnight. We have 25 severe thunderstorm warnings, so yeah, this is transitioning into more of a so yeah, do expect to for this to transform into more of a wider spread damaging wind / hail event rather than a tornado event. There still could be some more weaker tornadoes. They still have that moderate. So yeah, they still kept the moderate risk, and that is because, so basically what was happening, that made us think that the tornado threat could have been coming to an end, is that there was basically an EML coming in apparently, and now that EML is dying from surface analysis. So we might be in. And yeah, they kept the moderate. So, and because of some other factors, the tornado threat might be coming back a little bit. So now these storms are going to become problems again. So we'll be definitely keeping an eye on those. 26 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way. And now we're up to 28 severe thunderstorm warnings. And there is that rotation that now we can now see near a central high, where that is confirmed and observed. And again, this could be our main problem here. Yeah, and by the way, for the moderate, it's the hail. Yeah, okay. Okay, wait, hold up. I need to. So basically, right now, the tornado risk did get downgraded to 10% significant. So the thing that's leading this moderate is a 45% significance for hail, which we're going to be seeing a lot of overnight. And again, right now, Tulsa will be in that watch. Again, we're up to 30 severe thunderstorms, by the way. So I just want to point out for the viewers here that we're going to be having a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings overnight. Tornadoes will also be possible. But we have been going for over 8 hours straight. This is our new longest stream. And again, it's important to mention there are still conditions for tornadoes. I got to point that out multiple times. But but at this point, we're going to be ending the stream here. Thank you for watching the stream. Again, I don't know if I'm going to be here for the next coverages. Just depends on what happens in the background. I might be back another time. But yeah, thank you for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Thank you for watching the skies. And this is Watching the Skies, watching for everything. Good night.